Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships round number 9, but also to the 183Xperience Intermax Mini Series round number 1. Yes, if you haven't seen the social medias, we've got a mini series for Inters, and they are out on circuit at the moment. I doubled myself then. I thought there's not a lot of them out there at the minute, but there is a total of 7 today. You'll have to excuse Billy's cam. I mispacked a camera. So Billy's is a little bit lower quality than the usual other cameras. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all okay. And I am back once again. If you don't know who I am, my name is at the bottom of the screen. My name is Alex, and I'll be commentating for the next 7 or so hours, as per usual. So, that is that. So, hello to everybody who is on the YouTube live stream. Don't forget the chat is open, so feel free to chat away. And if you've got any support, then please pop it in there. Also, the 183Xperience got a little bit of a promo video at the start there, courtesy of them sponsoring the Intermax Mini Series, that 183 vid. It is a lovely video. So, as per usual, it's not anywhere close to winter, and it is chuffing freezing. There's no other word for it. It is just freezing. Yeah, I am fully coated up here. It is lovely. Absolutely lovely, just as I have to sort that out. Once again, we're always doing stuff up here that is unrelated to the actual what is going on. But yeah, 9 degrees. It is definitely not feeling it like that up here. It is well and truly cold as ice, and I have a heater next to me. It is doing nothing, absolutely nothing to the heat up here. Stacey Coupland saying good morning, Clay. Good luck to Ethan Coupland and everyone in Micromax. Lovely. Do love seeing your support up here today. So speaking of today, we better go through the program of events. Maximilian saying, what's the paddock like? Still full of motorhomes? Not as full as motorhomes. A lot of it is to my left, which is all off camera, unfortunately. But it's a bit empty today, so yeah, might be able to see from at the top there. There's not too many awnings as there used to be to the past. But anyway, let's get into the program for this round. So, program of events for round number 9 and round 1 of the Intermax Mini Series, sponsored by the 183Xperience. So, it's Rotax Cadets, followed by Honda Cadets, and then followed by Junior Rotax, then Intermax, and then the Senior Rotax to round off the running order. Basically the same as last time. Practice is 2 lots of 5 minutes. 3 heats, which are 8 minutes plus a lap. And then the finals, I believe, are 14 minutes plus a lap. We'll confirm a little bit later on, as I didn't have a program on hand at home when making the graphics. That doesn't help, does it? You might need that, Alex. Yeah, donkey. So, checkered flag has fallen for this practice session. So hopefully you're all having a good day so far. It has only just begun, and we still got a whole long day to go. 7 hours roughly of racing to happen up here at the circuit. So let's go to the camera angles, and it is 14 minutes plus a lap. Look at that, I know my stuff. So once again, a couple of changes on your left hand side of the screen. Obviously we've got the new alpha layout, but on the right hand side of the screen I've added on the track map. So an all new map there that you can see all of what's going on circuit, roughly where drivers are. which is awesome. I do need to make a little bit of a blanking plate on the right hand side, but you can roughly see all the bits there as the information fills out, and that will show up occasionally during the races. And of course, the best lap times that will always be there, gaps, etc. So trying to work in a few more bits into the live stream onto your graphics so you can see all of that at home in the best way that we can. And that graphic actually looks quite good, to be honest. I might keep that, edit that throughout the next month or so. As long as Alpha Timing don't change any of their layouts again. So you'll see all the contact warnings that come up on the right hand side. Speaking of one, camera crocket. So only 5 minutes before we get into today's racing. And throughout today, feel free to follow the QR code. This QR code will pop out throughout the live stream today. And this is where you can find all the results from today's racing. I will double check the QR code. I didn't do that last time. It should take you to the main page for for the Alpha results screen, if I remember rightly, and it does indeed. Click on round 9 and you'll get all of the current lap times and the that people have been doing for their practice sessions, and so much more later down the road. So once again, I do apologise for Billy's cam being a little bit choppy. Like I said, I forgot to pack the third and final camera. I thought it was in my bag and it wasn't. It's the one thing I never took out of my bag, and I actually took it out of my bag. Might as well just buy an iPhone and use that as a camera. That would be a good one. You can do that. That's magic, but that's an expensive camera, mine. The magic world of tech. So towards the top end, let's see, go through the graphics. So we shall soon be onto the grid for our races. As always, 3 heats and a final takes place up here at Clay Pigeon for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. Keeping with that format for the whole year. The only times we see qualifying is during the Wessex Challenge. Also, those that aren't here at the moment but are looking to race with us next year, the early bird offer is available. So you can get your memberships at a slightly discounted price. Offer ends 1st of December. So get them in as soon as possible. There's a checker flag there, waved by Ryan Hodge. That's not irritating at all, having the pit logo in the middle and the checker flag to the left hand side of it. Alpha timing. So then, let's get into our first set of races for today as we head to the grid for the Rotax Cadets Heat number 1. As on pole is the number 70 of Maria J, followed by Oakley Riggs alongside. A lot of returning names once again. Ryan. I saw Ryan! Oh my god! Checker flag with Ryan. If anybody gets that reference, nice. So let's see how this one goes as we enter the heats for today. Hopefully we should be going hopefully soon as straight away. I can hear them talking about the checker flag. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get started for the first formation lap here. For the start of today's race meeting, kicking it off with the Rotax Cadets. As per usual though, 2 rolling up laps. So let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart this one off with the Rotax Cadets coming very, very shortly. As we come down the main straight. And we are underway for the Rotax Cadets Heat number 1. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. And a strong start there from, I think that's Riggs out in front. So around the horseshoe we go. Riggs is in front. The WC plate. West's champion for those that don't regularly view the Kart Club Championships. And your running order will be on the right-hand side, left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. Right-hand side, what am I on about? So it's Riggs, followed by Alfie Garrett, then it's Churches, Copeland, Maria J, Louis Lovell, then Max Tomzet. as we head into the hairpin, splitting off a little bit there, Riggs. 4 tenths behind at the line Garrett was. So seeing a small split between the two at the moment as we go from the top bend down the main straight. Little overtake at the back there between Tomzit and Maria J. As she's unfortunately gone from the front to the back. And it's challenge time at the front for Riggs, who has Alfie Garrett right behind, but right beside, just there. Have they swapped positions? They have indeed at the exit of the horseshoe there. As the two of them, I think, caught Riggs off guard, really. Garrett with some mega pace here. So far, looking to follow through. The 43 of Coupland took to the curb a little bit there. And unfortunately, stays behind Riggs, but Riggs still in second. Garrett pulling away slightly as we go down into the hairpin. Coupland looking on the rear there. Garrett giving a contact warning as well, as you can see on the right hand side of the screen there. So towards the top bend we go. So from the top bend down the main straight, you can see a rough idea where they are. Using the track map. So into Billy's. And looking at Coupland right on the rear of Riggs as he goes for the inside. A little bit of contact there between the two. Puts Riggs sideways slightly. Managed to control it. Doesn't affect him too much there. Have dropped back slightly from Garrett. As we go into the horseshoe. This time he goes for the inside. A bit more of a gap than last time. Side by side at the exit. Riggs gives way to go down into P3. So a little bit of action there between the two as Riggs falls back down to P3. Fast lap so far is Ethan Coupland of 39.42. And it's his turn to charge towards our current race leader, Alfie Garrett. So the field rather spread at the moment. As we wait to see what happens between our front two here, with Coupland with some good pace here so far. As we head into Billy's blind once again. But watch out for Riggs though, he settles into these races a bit differently to everybody else. Seems to gather some pace later on down the road. But it is a waiting game at the moment. Here are your gaps at the moment between the drivers. There's 1.5 seconds for Coupland to find to Garrett at the moment. He is speeding along about 3 tenths quicker than Garrett, as you can see by their fastest lap times here. Which most of these were set last lap as well. So through the S's, down the back straight. Garrett's lead slightly decreasing here. And about 2 tenths last time round, the gap was closed. As Tomzit and Maria J battling at the back there. So once again, the gap now 6 tenths behind. As we head down the back straight once again for the Rotax cadets here. First heat and kicking off the day. So from the right-hander, aka Buttons, towards the top bend. As we come on down, nearing 2 minutes to go on the clock plus 1 lap. But let's see this gap. 4 tenths this time round, dropping once more. 2 tenths off of the previous lap time. Ethan Coupland with some good pace here, catching Garrett, going down the back straight here. 39.11, almost in the 38s here. Look how close he is now going into the horseshoe here. He is right on his rear end. Side by side. And that's more for defense. As we go towards the top bend, once again down the main straight. And still no change between the two, but Coupland now less than a tenth behind, or is he beside? And now he's in front at the S's. So the 43 of Coupland now takes the lead of the race, and now has 1 minute to maintain that lead. But with the pace that he's got at the moment, it's going to be, or seem like, it's not going to be a problem. So around the right-hander here, towards the top bend we go. As you'll see the change on the left-hand side of your screen. Looks like Garrett's got a bit of slipstream in there as he go into Billy's. Looked for an opportunity there, and he's back on the rear of Coupland. So looks like we've got some slipstreaming going on here. So go down the back straight once again. Are we going to see a change as Garrett tries the right-hand side? He does manage to squeeze in there and is ahead once again, but they're side by side at the exit. A little bit of tap there between the two. Nothing to affect their race. And the 47, Garrett, gets back in the lead. So Garrett there charging on, and especially with 7 seconds remaining. Will we see anything between the two on the final 2 laps here of this race? So Coupland down to second, but charging for the top again. Garrett defending nicely into the S's there, defending off that inside line, which most drivers like to dart on down. Garrett ultra defensive on the on the inside there. But there is no movement between the two at the moment. The 47 keeping it tight, making sure those gaps don't open as we go towards the top bend. To come down the main straight as the last lap board is now out. So into Billy's for the last time in this race. Through the S's. Garrett with a little bit of a lead here. Only very minute though. As we go into the hairpin. Garrett defensive into there. Coupland right on the inside. Trying to go there. Tap there that puts Garrett sideways but stays ahead. So we go to the right-hander towards the top bend. And as we come down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, Garrett stays defensive and taking the checkered flag goes Alfie Garrett, very closely followed by Ethan Coupland there. And in third place goes Oakley Riggs. So as we wait for 2 more drivers to come over the line here, there is your results as they provisionally are. On your screen there. Don't forget all race results here are provisional until they are fully released over on the Alpha Timing websites. Okay then, so that is the end of that race here for the Rotax cadets. It's time to go to the other cadet grid, which is our Honda cadet grid, with Luke McGall and Alex Roach on the front row. So here we go then for the formation lap here for the Honda cadets. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off this race here. Honda Cadets for their first heat today. So as we line up ready to go for this first race here for the Honda Cadets, let's see how this front row occurs and what we get as we come down the main straight. As we get ready to head on out for the Honda Cadets, and he said Rotax Cadets. Oh dear. As we go into Billy's and taking the lead there, that might be the number 15. Let's have a look as they come through the S's down the back straight. It is the 15 leading the way early doors. So into the hairpin. It is the 15 and the Kart behind being the 72 of Thirstfield. Another strong contender on this grid. As we go to the top here. And your order on the left-hand side of the screen there. So it is McGall followed by Thirstfield, Ratton, Roach, Jaden Bond. Then it is Dowell and then Kynaston Wade rounding out your 7 drivers on the grid. Track map is available on the right-hand side of your screen, so you roughly know where all the drivers are as it all slowly pings up and updates. So into the horseshoe here. Thirstfield a lot quicker through the horseshoe there as we go towards the top bend. Thirstfield now on the rear of McGall as we come down the main straight, nearly side by side. Thirstfield not with enough pace there to go side by side with McGall as we head into Billy's. So around Billy's we go through the S's, and once again Thirstfield still managing to keep onto the rear of McGall. Is he going to be trying to play the longer game here in this race? In the background there, in third position, is Oliver Ratton. Currently sitting 1 second behind our race leaders at the moment. As they should be appearing on the top of your screens there, down the main straight. So very close between Thirstfield. In fact, the timing system saying it's not less than a tenth. But as we're talking about this, he's now going to be a tenth ahead. As we go through the S's, Thirstfield just almost with ease just going ahead there. But it's still very early in this race at the moment. Will Thirstfield be able to put away? He does have the fastest lap in this race at the moment. So like I said, being only the start, there is still plenty of time on the clock as Thirstfield almost looks like he's pulling away slightly. As we come down the main straight, the slipstream being quite powerful as McGall is right on the rear of Thirstfield, so Thirstfield not being able to pull away just yet. Ratton just watching this in the background. Just behind there as well is Alex Roach in the black Kart there. Not running a sticker kit, so keeping it plain and simple. And in the background there, 2 of our novices, Darrell and Kynaston Wade, both close together, so we'll keep an eye on those 2 as we lead through today's racing. So back down the main straight we come. Still no change between Thirstfield and McGall, but McGall's keeping it right on the rear through Billy's. And just keeping an eye on Ratton. He's about 3 tenths behind, so he's not being able to close up the gap just yet to our leaders here. They are both pushing like crazy, to be fair. Thirstfield got the fast lap by 2 thousandths of a tenth. So down the main straight we come. And as we head past lap number 6 completed in this race, Thursfield still maintains that lead at this current time. So back down the back straight we go. And as they come to screen, once again, still no changes by either two. Muggle trying to creep open a gap here. You can see by the way he's positioning the kart, going around the corners. Staying just within a fingernail length. Make sure there's no gap possible as we come down the main straight here. Over the start finish to complete 7 laps, to which Thursfield setting a even faster lap time. Once again, a thousandths quicker, 1,000th quicker than McGool, 40.59 to 40.60. As we go through the right-hander towards the top bend. And charging on through. Still Thursfield taking the lead. McGool managing to put out a quicker lap time once again. It's just about at the lap times at the moment. So 1 minute 50 remaining. Thursfield still takes the lead. And about 3 seconds behind is Oliver Ratton. As the back of the pack sort of split as well. So our leader's just going down into the hairpin right now. Some quick times once again, like I said, a 40.57 and a 40.59 between the two of them. Thursfield still in the lead. Nearly opening a gap there as we headed through the horseshoe. As we come down the main straight. Thursfield with a bit of a gap here now, as you can see. So towards the top end we go as I retrack them. Still no change between these two drivers as McGool has settled back a little bit. But we're 26 seconds on the clock. There's still loads of time to race here. Looks like we'll be going into the final lap next time round. So around at the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As Thursfield goes wide at the horseshoe, unfortunately just off camera there. As we go towards the top bend down the main straight. As we come for the last lap board there. So one last couple of opportunities here for Luke McGool to try and get that lead, and it's gonna happen at the S's on the final lap here. Thursfield almost caught napping there as McGool goes ahead. This is still got a few corners left to go here. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, McGool knows what to do as he's gone defensive through the horseshoe towards the right-hander and then towards the top bend. Ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag. Will it be a drag race to the end? And it is indeed. This is only the first heat as well. Oh, it was close, but McGool takes the checker flag in P1 by 0.02 of a second. Thursfield second. Oliver Ratton took P3, taking third there as the timings have frozen for a second there. Alex Roach taken fourth, Joshua Cunniston Wade fifth. Austin Dowell takes sixth, and then Jaden Bond. The name's Bond. Jaden Bond takes P7. No martinis for him. He's not old enough. Right. Junior Rotax End and Zach Armstrong and Kevin Kielbasser on the front row. That's a new name to the championships. So then the formation lap for the Junior Rotax for their first heat today. Do expect some competition here. In this heat, we have the biggest grid of today. 21 drivers taking it to the track. So let's see what we get from all 21. And not to jinx it, but let's see what drama we get on circuit as well. That's a view and a half. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble for the Junior Rotax heat number 1. Like I said, 21 drivers hit the track. And, well, let's see what we get as our one of the drivers at the front there. Must have been one of the third or fourth driver there. Ahead of the first and seconds, but let's see how this one goes as we head towards the top bend. It is on the quicker side at the moment as the grid hasn't formed up yet, so do expect a full start here. And it has been thrown out. So full starts, like I said, get expected for that one. God, I had a bang every time. I think it's a bin, but I think I just think a driver's hit a wall or something. No, just a clay pigeon bin. It is freezing. It is cold. So these two formation laps definitely need to get your tyres warmed up as best you can. So towards the top bend. Let's see how this one goes. And this time we're good to go as we start off this race here. So down into Billies we go. One driver taking it nice and wide on the outside there, but has lost a few positions as one spins in the middle. It's a few in a wall. And one spinner causes 6 drivers to lose out on position here. As I believe that was... I recognise a helmet. I think that was Max Lovell who was caught in there. Not sure if we got spin or tap there. But here we go. Ooh, wrong one. So order on the right-hand side, left-hand side of your screen there. Track map on the right as well. So it is Kielbasser who is currently leading this one. The number 94. As yellows are out, as one driver trying to get it out of the tyre wall. Unfortunately, no track maintenance today. If you do want to help out the Clay Pigeon Kart Club on these sort of days, so feel free to get in contact. They'll definitely be sure to be appreciative of your help. That either be a margin or track maintenance. Anything you can do is perfect. We do have a gap in the tyre wall down at the hairpin as well. that we've missed, but it's Kielbasa, Ormshaw, Clark, Lawton, Smith, Cometa, Sansom, Downer, Reeves, and then Ollie Wise to round out your top 10 after the start of this race. So let's go to the front of the grid, as we have sliding around the outside there, the yellow and, I think that's yellow and blue, nice little colour scheme there, from the 31 of Aidan Clark. Swinging around the outside there of the drivers around him, as Ellis Dealey is out of this race, number 15. So a little bit of a lead here from the 94. I think his Kart actually says 84. But he is currently 1.4 ahead of everybody else. As behind is Clark, then Maxim Smith, Zach Ormshaw with a contact warning here, as one kart slow on the outside there. As a spinner as well. So much going on in this one. This little section of race here as Dyson's in the pits. So through the S's, down the back straight we go for the 94. Looks like 84 from up here, but it is definitely a 9. 31 then Maxim Smith. These guys starting to group together. A little bit further back, a little bit of a battle here for P5, as down the inside goes the 55 on the 56. That is Ollie Wise on Samson. So coming down the main straight here, your leaders crossing the line there, as Kielbasa now only 3/10 ahead of the pack, as our regular Aidan Clark coming towards that lead, really looked for it there as he tried for the right hand side, thought better of it and stayed behind for now. So into the hairpin, doors left wide open there by Kielbasa, lets one through, and does Maxim Smith be able to follow? He doesn't, unfortunately, manages to close the door just before he can get through, and this is why we have our new leader of Aidan Clark. So Kielbasa still managing to maintain P2 at this current time at the front of the grid. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. A little bit further back as well, as you can see, coming onto screen is the 22 and 55, as Ollie Wise starting to close the gap to Ormshaw. As we were looking at those as well, Maxim Smith has taken second. Is there a swap between Wise and Ormshaw? Not sure just yet. So down the main straight we come. See how spread the track is at the moment. So the 31 approaching back markers already, as we are nearing the halfway mark on this race so far. Smith trying to catch up to Clark as well, so go around the horseshoe towards the top bend. Lots of battles going down the rest of the grid here. So down the main straight we come once again. The 31 approaching what was a back marker, but is a spinner there. I think that might be the 58 of Jensen Cox, who has spun out spectacularly off screen as he tries to come back onto course. Meanwhile, the 76 really charging towards the 16, as I think he's gone down the inside. And through and around the hairpin we go into the horseshoe defensive, goes to 76. He is ahead of the 16 as Chown now takes P6. So 2:42 on the clock. And your best lap time is set by Ollie Wise. Back on lap 8. We are currently on lap 9. 34.12 is that one. Clark still in the lead as well. Your track map shows you where he is. They currently won in gold. So towards the top bend, as the yellow flags are out at Billy's once again. Trying to see if I could see it on the screen, but I couldn't, unfortunately. So around the hairpin and towards the horseshoe, blue flags are out. as we go towards the top bend. Down the main straight we come. So Ollie Wise there taking up into P3. .117 remaining as I hear a load of front bumpers scraping around the place. So far in this race we've lost Izzy Lawton, Archie Dyson and Ellis Dealey. After a hectic start to the race. But as we settle in, Clark still leads it by 1.3 seconds. And Ollie Wise 3.7. So coming to the top end then is your race leader with 30 seconds to go. We're still going to get another additional lap in this race here. So Aidan Clark going over the line there, followed by Maxim Smith. Around the horseshoe there now as the front row has sort of settled now with, like I said, Clark 1.5 seconds ahead of the leaders as we head into the last lap of this race once again for the junior Rotax. Around Billy's we go through the S's for Aidan Clark. So around we go there. Smith still in second. As we near towards the top bend for our race leader here as he comes onto screen now and to come and take the checkered flag goes Aidan Clark. Followed by Maxim Smith, then Ollie Wise. So that's your top three. Fourth downwards goes Kilbasser, followed by Chown, Reeves, Ormshaw, Ambrose, Sansom, and then Max Lovell will round out your top 10. Good recovery there for Max Lovell after the start of that race, as he was at the front row of the incident at turn 1. But there it is, losing 3 drivers in that one. 4 drivers in that one. Izzy Lawton, Jensen Clarks, Archie Dyson, and then Ellis Dealey. Okay, then ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the grid for the Intermax, and this is the 183Xperience Intermax Mini Series, round number 1, sponsored by, of course, the 183Xperience. So thanks to the 183Xperience, they have sponsored the grid and provided some prizes along with Clay Pigeon Raceway and the Clay Pigeon Kart Club, providing a full day's practice, half a day's practice, and a lubricant package. And on the front row, it'll be Stanley Stafford, followed by Finley Ormshaw. So just waiting on a couple of, one recovery and a couple of tyre wall repairs after the junior Rotax. And then we should be able to get underway real soon for the Intermax heat number 1. Comment from Peps Racing saying Karthik is causing too much carnage. I'm going to say that's up to the stewards on that one, not me. To be fair, I wasn't really watching his side of the racing, so... So, let's go to the formation lap then for the 183Xperience Intermax Heat number 1. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off the Intermax Heat number 1, sponsored by the 183Xperience. Their branding popping up on this YouTube live stream throughout today. Like I said, thanks to the 183Xperience for supporting this series. So, coming down the main straight as we get ready to kickstart this one off, and we are underway for the Intermax Heat number 1 here. So, round into Billies we go. Through the S's and down the back straights. And in front there, didn't catch the number in time, but is in blue as we go around the hairpin there. And it is the 43 leading the way to 74 to 39. So here's your running order on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream, and new to this is the track map on the right hand side with the alpha messages as well, and a few little bit of extra information. So it's the 43 followed by the 74, then 39, Stafford followed by Ormshaw, then Tyler Banks. As a couple of contact warnings been issued onto the screen, my other laptop at the moment not had to restart. Good old updates. So it's Stafford, followed by Ormshaw, Banks, Kaplan, Lord, McAllister, Singh, Atwell, and then Richards. So Stafford with a healthy 1.1 to the leaders at the moment. Ormshaw in second. Stafford practicing the last couple of weeks as well. Seen him and his dad a few times. Lovely to catch up with them as well. The Ormshaw's back once again. Tyler Banks here as well. Kurt Kaplan's back out on the grid. And Casper McAllister, great to see him back out as well. Obviously, it's great to see all the Intermax back out again. Great to see a grid here as always, and definitely helps with the addition of the sponsorship. So, great to see some Intermax racing here as Tyler Banks is starting to close the gap on Finley Ormshaw, going towards the top bend here. So as we zoom into that top bend, down the main straight we come, to the left, to the right. As Ormshaw goes defensive into Billy's, opens the door on the outside. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to go on the outside once you get to the S's. So the 39 of Banks will stay behind in third position. And it looks like Kaplan's coming to join the party as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe to make this a three-way battle. So to the right-hander towards the top bend. As we come back round the main straight once again for these three. So 74.39 looking for the left-hand side. As once again, Ormshaw stays defensive, keeping that inside line. Does lose a couple of tenths to the leader, but does maintain his lead. So going again defensive, not allowing Ormshaw pass. Not letting Banks pass, as this is inviting McAllister into this party. Kaplan looking for a move on Tyler Banks. So we go towards the top bend here. Down the main straight, and it's not a three-way, it's a four-way. Don't take that out of context. So it's the 39, followed by the 74 now. Banks is ahead of Ormshaw going down the start-finish straight. As Kaplan goes for the inside as well, and it looks like the 44 trying on the outside. He's on the sausage, and unfortunately loses traction at the end. Boom, into the fence. Driver's all right, though. That sausage curb does not play nicely if you're on the wrong side of it. And possibly seeing that McAllister might be out of this race here. So, Stafford, Banks, Kaplan, Ormshaw is your top four. Through the S's, down the back straight, 39.88, then the 74. So McAllister is over the fence, driver is okay. But unfortunately, that is Casper out of this race. So down to 7. And with 3 minutes to go, Stafford leading, was previously 4 and a bit seconds. Now down to 4.6. So the battle continues from second downwards, as right behind Kaplan is the 74 of Ormshaw. Looking to make a move on the 88. As he tries for the right-hand side. A little bit of a nudge there as he sneaks ahead. And Ormshaw ahead of Kaplan. So around the hairpin we go. Looks like Ormshaw's got a bit of pace here. So towards the top bend we go. Down the main straights. So goes Stafford, Banks, Ormshaw, then Kaplan now for your top 4. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Ormshaw looking on Banks this time round. So we are side by side of the exit of the hairpin in towards the horseshoe. 39 managing to stay ahead. And again, another little nudge there from Ormshaw. Towards the top bend, down the main straight. As Kaplan now trying to close that gap to Ormshaw here. Banks just managing to stay ahead. As we head into the horseshoe next. So Banks still leads for second. So through the S's, down the back straight. I had to just take my coat off there. It's actually getting quite warm up here. Amazing what a heater does. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, side by side of the exit, as another nudge from the 74, and this time taking out the 39. One too many nudges here from Ormshaw. As we come round for more changes in this race. So around the S as we go, 39 right out of this race now, especially on the last few laps here. As the leader, Stafford, now lapping just to add salt into the wounds to the 39 of Tyler Banks. So last lap borders out as our leader comes down the main straight. And one final lap for Stafford, who is leading by 6 seconds. That is a huge gap straight away for the first race in. Through the S's, down the back straight goes the 74, then the 88 of Kurt Kaplan. As we come towards the top bend here and getting ready to take the checker flag. This is going to number 43, Stanley Stafford. Followed by Ormshaw, then Kaplan. Then the 113 takes 4th position, followed by Harrison Lord in 5th, Richard 6th. At the end there, and then Tyler Banks does take 7th in the end after being nudged off by the 74. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the grid then for the senior Rotax, and this time is Edgecombe and Crockett on the front row. And don't forget, you can scan the QR code to find all of the results that have been published so far. Don't forget, all results that are shown on the stream are provisional until they are posted on the Alpha Timing website. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the senior Rotax heat number 1 here. Oscar, you're a little bit late. It's seniors at the moment. Right then, so from the top bend down the main straight we go. And we are underway for the start of the senior Rotax heat number 1. Total of 12 drivers out on this grid. As we go in through the S's down the back straight, it's the 22, followed by the 25. Late comer for the 51, who has missed the race start. So around the horseshoe we go, towards the right-hander. And down the main straight we go. Running order on the left-hand side as usual, right-hand side for the track map as usual for the new layout, and it's really tight at the front with the 22 leading the way. So Flan behind, followed by Daniel Tribe, with all three of them are split away from the grid, which currently has the 88 of Cameron Crockett in the front of that one. So Edgecombe, Flan, Tribe is still your top 3 as we go through the S's down the back straights. Currently a gap of 2 seconds between 4th and 3rd. As we go into the hairpin for that pack. In there, trying to go down the inside there was the 50. It's a bit slow on the outside, just allowing the, I think that was the 38 of Reese Pope just to fly on around the outside. So Edgecombe, Flan, Tribe still unchanged, those top 3. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. So quite a few contact warnings dished out here too. To Charlie Cox already in this one, and Harry Pearson has received one as well. So a few contact warnings being dished out for this race. Our top 3 still unchanged though, with Hugh Moulton in 4th position here, who has managed to escape away as Jason Baird's down 3 positions, down into 11th. The 12 is ahead of the 88 of Cameron Crockett. So quick times out there so far, and the fastest lap of those going to Charlie Cox, down in 6th position, but still quick nevertheless in that position there as we come down the main straight. Edgecombe, Flan and Tribe still unchanged as Hugh Moulton's really closing the gap now, 3/10 each lap. So through the S's down the back straight he goes to join the other 3. Edgecombe is defensive going into the hairpin here. Through into the horseshoe, nice and chill for the 22. Towards the top bend now. As they fly on down into there once again, as this time round going into the Billies. Tribe gets ahead of Rufus Flan here. A little bit of a surprise change there. As we go down into the hairpin, a little gap here where those two have swapped positions for Edgecombe. So Tribe now being defensive to the 25 as we go around the horseshoe to the right-hander towards the top bend. Because as we come towards the top bend and down the main straight, the changes will play out on the left-hand side of your screens there. So around Billy's, through the S's and down the back straight we go. In this though, Moulton has caught up with the front runners. Edgecombe with a 5/10 gap here. Charlie Cox still maintaining that quickest lap around here at the moment in 5th position, trying to charge towards our leaders here. Currently lapping not as quick. Currently about 5 tenths quicker than Edgecombe at the moment. Edgecombe on the slower side today? Who knows? We go around the right-hander towards the top bend. As with under 3 minutes to go, the 52 charging towards Tribe. Trying to open a gap, and does he make one? No, he doesn't, unfortunately. The gap was too small there. He had to back out slightly and back out towards the 25 there. So no change between those two for now. Through Billy's we go. Daniel Tribe still maintaining P2 as down the inside at the horseshoe. Tribe left it a little bit wide there, and Moulton's gone through. So Hugh Moulton there sneaking through the gap as we come down the main straight for these 5. Edgecombe leading by 1 second at the moment. Tribe once again going defensive into Billy's and through the S's, being challenged straight away, but I think that's Rufus Flan, the number 25. So Tribe really at threat here with 2 drivers behind. He's staying defensive as we go through the right-hander. The quicker drivers, unfortunately, are behind him at the moment. As we come down the main straight once again, like I said there, Billy Edgecombe leading still. Moulton Tribe. Once again, this time the 25. Flan having to go defensive to Charlie Cox. As we go through the S's, down the back straight once again. Cox really trying to get ahead here. Once again, Tribe is just the one defending both of the two. Well, a bit of a traffic jam between the two of them. Are they going to be able to keep up, though, with the top 2? 1 minute 20. Moulton closing the gap by less than a tenth a lap. This time it was 3 tenths. Tribe really trying to stay in there. As down the back straight goes our race leader there into the hairpin. Around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Once again, Tribe defending off the 2, staying defensive, keeping tucked into the horseshoe. As we go towards the top bend. Down the main straight we come, and still no changes between these 3. It's just a train into Billy's as Tribe and the 25 of Flan staying defensive, keeping tucked in into the inside corners, hoping nobody goes past them. Tribe taking a normal one there. Lots of different moves being made here. Meanwhile, at the front there, you could just about see Hugh Moulton has got ahead. Mechanical flag to the 48 of Bertie Wellesley. The first time we mentioned him today, and it's a mechanical. So through they go to the next lap. 5 seconds remaining on the clock. We managed to sneak out another lap here as both Flan and Cox. Charlie Cox is really trying to get ahead here. So towards the hairpin we go. Down at the horseshoe, the 52 sneaks ahead of Edgecombe. So a new leader here at the final stages of this race as we come down the main straight. Here's your change on your screens. And we go into the last lap of this race. One final lap. Will Edgecombe be able to get that lead back again? As you can see, Daniel Tribe has managed to sneak away where the 25 of Flan is just defensively driving to keep Charlie Cox behind. Edgecombe side by side with Moulton going into the horseshoe. Unfortunately has to back off before them. So as we come down towards the top bend and come on down the main straight, is there going to be a challenge for the checkered? And on this occasion, there is not. Checker flag is out. Moulton takes the checkered first. Edgecombe second. Daniel Tribe third. Then is Rufus Flan fourth. Charlie Cox fifth. Reese Pope will take sixth in the air. Henry Swanson seventh. Cameron Crockett eighth. Harry Pearson, one of our novices out there today, in ninth position. And Jason Bear rounds out your top 10. Losing one driver right near the end there, Bertie Wellesley, to a mechanical. Right then, that's the first lot of heats all completed here for today. As we go back round the order once more for heat number 2, Ethan Coupland and Oscar Church is on the front row. And don't forget, you can scan the QR code to find the results. Available on the right-hand side of the screen. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to get ready for this race here. We've got a mechanical already for one of the drivers down at Billy's at the start of this race. So unfortunately, we'll be, I think that's Max Thompson, number 16, possibly at the back there. Not able to get going, unfortunately. So let's see if it will go straight away now, as the driver has managed to get going. It was the 16 of Tom's it. Will the grid get let go? And we're underway for heat number 2 for the Rotax cadets, as we head into Billy's. Another spin there from the 16, as down we go, as a big spin there from the 43 on the other side of the curb there. So around the horseshoe we go. To the right-hander and then towards the top bend. A little bit slower pace since the previous view. So track map available on the right-hand side. So leading the way is Alfie Garrett out ahead. Looks like Oakley Riggs in third. Different to what it says on the screen at the moment. As we come down the main straight, a couple of changes to be made. As is Alfie Garrett, followed by Oscar Churches, Oakley Riggs and Louis Lovell, then Ethan Coupland, Maria J, and then Max Thompson out the back there. As we head down into the hairpin. So through the S's goes the 47 with a 1.6 second lead at the moment. Oakley Riggs defending off Oscar Church's Ethan Coupland Blue level's a bit too far behind to include in that battle for the moment. So down the main straight we come. 43 trying to recover from the start there as he's trying to get ahead of Churches. So he tries for the inside, squeezes on down the inside there, and is ahead just before we get down the back straight, and he's already straight onto the rear of Oakley Riggs. Will he be able to dispatch him quickly, or will he still behind? Riggs on the outside there, just let the door open, and the 43, Ethan Coupland, makes 2 spaces up in the course of 1 lap. Ethan Coupland given a contact warning. So 2 spaces made, apparently one of them not clean enough for the observers and clerk of the course. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. With Coupland up into P2. Couple of messages to catch up on. Reggie Clay saying, Alan Mills says, hi, hello Alan. Oscar said, I saw the one from Oscar, supporting the juniors of Clark and Rao. And then Alfred Matthews saying good luck to all of the juniors today. Very nice messages there. And once again, hello Alan. So back to the racing then. Alfie Garrett leading by 1.7 with a charging Ethan Coupland behind. He sets the fastest lap of this race with a 39.42. Currently 2/10 quicker than Coupland. 2/10 quicker than Garrett. The fastest out there. Speaking of Garrett, he did set a purple sector 1 there. So some quick lap times here. Ethan Coupland just set a 39.20 as well. So speeding along these two as Coupland definitely trying to charge towards that first position. Riggs settled into 3rd with Churches only 0.5 behind. Still plenty of racing to go here with 2 minutes 47 on the clock. So on to the next lap here. We're 9 laps into this race as Alfie Garrett starting to catch up to one of our back markers of Max Tomsit. Tomsit currently lapping about 1.5 seconds slower than the field at the moment. Coupland only 1.4 seconds behind Garrett. So is slowly trying to close the gap, but where the two are battling quite quick for times, it's been a bit slower than I would say Coupland would want. As we come down the main straight here. As Tomsit is being closed up for our back marker. Blue flags are out for the driver as Garrett is storming on through. So Coupland is currently about 1.5 seconds behind Garrett. Not being able to close the gap as much as Garrett at the moment stays behind the 16. Not trying to overtake at the moment, which will lose a couple of tenths there. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Oakley Riggs and Oscar Churches. That gap is closing and closing quick as Churches closes the gap right up at the top bend here as we come down the main straight. And that gap now only being 0.2 this time round. Contact warning given to Oscar Churches as well. So through the S's, down the back straight. as Riggs goes defensive to try and keep that third position. So around towards the horseshoe we go. Riggs still maintains the lead. And meanwhile, our front runners there just coming down the main straight as they've both dispatched of Tomsit, our back marker. Coupland gaining 2/10 there. And the 18 of Church is really catching up with Riggs now. Time's ticking. And it's actually stopped ticking because we have no seconds left on the clock. As Garrett managed to squeeze an additional lap into this race. But around the horseshoe we go. Towards the top bend. As we get ready to get the last lap of this race. The board is now out. So through we go for the last lap of heat number 2 for the Rotax cadets. So then, ladies and gentlemen, coming towards the top bend and down the main straight to come and take the checker flag. That comes to Alfie Garrett, followed by Ethan Coupland. And there is it. Whoa, that was close. As Oscar Churches and Oakley Riggs taken to the grass there. Luckily not to hit the barriers on the inside of the track there. That would have been a bit painful. But Oscar Churches then takes third, followed by Oakley Riggs in fourth, Louis Level fifth, Maria J in sixth, and then Max Thompson in seventh position there to a rather interesting finish there for third and fourth. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the grid then for the next race, and that's the Honda Cadets with Finley Thursfield and Oliver Ratton on the front row. So then, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 for the Honda Cadets. There'll be a slight commentary break in this one. So we'll walk you through the start of this race when it gets underway. And watch the battle commences through the Honda Cadets for their second heat. So through the S's, down the back straight we go for the formation lap. Forgot for 1 second there, it is a formation lap, not the race. So then let's get ready to kickstart off this race. So coming from the top bend down the main straight we go, and we are underway for the Honda Cadets for their second heat here today. Let's see who's out ahead at the start of this race. So through the S's, down the back straight we go, and that goes to 72, followed by the 22, then the 15. Around the hairpin. So around the horseshoe we go. Still out in front is that 72 of Finney Thursfield. And then coming down the main straight, order will be on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. And your track map as well. So Thursfield, Ratton, Magul, then Alex Roach. As we go through this Honda Cadet Heat 2. So there's the results there for the Honda Cadet heat number 2. Had to consume some food. I was getting a bit peckish there. So apologies for no commentary on that race. But nevertheless, to the Junior Rotax for their second heat here. Jamie Ambrose and Maxim Smith are on the front row for this race. So if you are a regular viewer of the Pigeon Kart Club Championships and you come here often, you see a button down below that says subscribe. If you haven't done so already, please hit that subscribe button. It will help us out massively. Yeah, there's extra content that does come onto the channel occasionally, and you'll also be notified for when we next go live for each of our events. Speaking of events, here's the Junior Rotax Heat 2 for their formation lap now. Don't forget you can scan the QR code on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. Yes, if you did scan it last time, there was a bit of a hidden gem. But it is the actual link this time round. Or is it? I don't know. Look out for the QR codes, they might get you. Right then. Formation here for Junior Rotax then. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to kickstart off a probably once again another action-packed Junior Rotax heat. As we have lost one already. I just seen it go on the corner of my eye, head into the pits there. So down the main straight, and we are very much underway in this race. As a 56 has a huge run up from the back there. There's a couple of spinners down at the back again. Couple of drivers raging about that one. They're not happy as we go down into the hairpin for our race leader, and that race leader this time round is the number 30, that being Maxim Smith. It was Max Chown that headed into the pits. I believe my note the timing's not frozen. So it's all on the left hand side of your screen, and also including the track map on the right hand side of the screen. So Smith, followed by Ambrose, Max Chown. It's still, for some reason, on my screen showing up at the top there. Let me refresh. It isn't anymore. Not even showing up on the screen. Good old Alpha, it's broken itself recently. So it's the 30, followed by the 54, then the 21. You'll have to excuse the lack of timings for this one on the left-hand side. I will quickly try and refresh those. I'll be able to show you basic information for this one. I believe this will be incorrect, and it is. So the 54 sticking onto the rear of Smith here, Ambrose. As we go from the top bend down the main straight. Apologies just for the moment, trying to refresh all of the screens so you can have some information at home. So it's 2x2 for the leads here. Maxim Smith and Ambrose battling for first. Dyson and Wise battling for second here. So now that I've fixed the timings for you all, Smith, Ambrose, Dyson, and then Wise. Still very close between the two. There's another battle for two drivers here between the 26 and the 71, battling for fifth. Downer and Price in that too, as they are side by side at the hairpin, going slower, bringing Max Lovell into this one as well. Has behind him 62, 95, and 16 in that little party. Fastest out there goes to Ollie Wise once again. Quick driver as Ambrose is second. Wise, like I said, up into third now. So through the S's, down the back straight we go between these two. Wise could be joining the party here. As Sadiq given a contact warning, so around the horseshoe. Keen down, losing 2 positions to Sadiq and Kumeta. So your top 3 about 2 seconds ahead of the field at the moment, as we got yellows temporarily down at Billy's to a spinner from one of our back markers, that being the 58 once again. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. So 30, 54 and 55 being in your list here. Going through there is Matthew Whitmarsh. Lovely lad he is. Very polite. So one driver has abandoned their car, unfortunately, and is possibly out of this race as the grid flies on through. And with just over 3 minutes remaining, Ollie Wise now is at the back of... Well, was at the back. He's now beside the 54s. Ambrose goes wide into the horseshoe and gets ahead up into P2. So 2 minutes 53 remaining on the clock. Still loads of time in this race here as yellow flags still wave here. Let's just see off in the background there of what is going on. The driver trying to get back to his car, I think. So still leading is Maxim Smith, but fast approaching is Ollie Wise. One to look out for today. Definitely one to look out for today. So down the main straight we come once again. A little bit further behind. In fourth position is Archie Dyson with Jack Price behind. That's 37. Barrels down over the kink curb there. Managed to stay behind at the moment for the yellow. 31 absolutely charging on through there. That'll be an Aidan Clark. He has Izzy Lawton ahead of him. Trying to get past. Puts his hand up for no reason, really. So, Ollie Wise now just a tenth behind. No room now for error for Maxim Smith. So going down the back straight into the hairpin. So as they go towards the top bend now. Down the main straight. And the 55 is right on Maxim Smith as he sneaks down into the inside and gets ahead there. A little load into Billy's to get ahead. The 55 now into P1. So towards the top bend we go. As a static yellow flag is out, the 58 there. Having some issues, Jensen Cox. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Well, a good day here for Cox. He's currently 5 laps down and has retired into the pits just on the top of your screens there. But the clock has get your words out. Has gone to 0 and is now onto the last lap here. So around Billy's through the S's. And down the back straight we go for the last time for heat number 2 for the junior Rotax. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And towards the top bend, because ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checkered flag here, it is the number 55, Ollie Wise, who takes the checkered flag here, followed by Maxim Smith and Jamie Ambrose. We get the right screen eventually. So it's Wise, followed by Smith, Chow, and then it's Ambrose, Price, Dyson, Lovell, Sadiq, Kumeta, Downer, Clark, Izzy Launton rounds out your top 11. Top novice goes to the number 56, Sansom, down in P18. Realised I had the background music and not on the whole entire time of that race, so I do apologise. Right to the Intermax with Tyler Banks and Kurt Kaplan on the front row. So then, ladies and gentlemen, formation time for the 183Xperience Intermax heat number 2. So 2 rolling up laps to get this one underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, where's my voice gone? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off this second heat here. The man that's sponsoring this series just popping out there on your screen in the orange high vis. But let's get underway for the Intermax heat number 2. So down into the biddies we go. One off into the tyres. Another one just missing the tyres there. From the front of the grid. Very slidey at the start of that race there. As we go down in towards the hairpin. That other driver managing to get going, by the way. So it's the 39.74 out ahead. And the ones involved in that one was the 43 and 88. So running order on the left-hand side of the screen along with the track map on the right. So it's Tyler Banks followed by Finley Ormshaw, Casper McAllister, Richards, Outwall, Lord, Stafford and then Kaplan at the back of the grid there. It's got a lot of making up to do in the next 8 minutes to catch up to the grid. So Banks and Ormshaw out in front. Outwall given a contact warning along with Richards. So through we go to the next lap here. So Banks still leads to Ormshaw, who's only a 10th behind. And when I say a 10th behind, it's a 10th beside and probably now a 10th in front. As the 74 skips ahead of the driver, also given a contact warning. Wonder if all of these were brought out from the start of the race here. As Casper McAllister, one of our novices out there. Stanley Stafford given another contact warning as well. I wonder if these are all from the start of the race here. But that is 4 in the space of a minute. So McAllister, fastest out there at the moment, and well, is just about to overtake, and has overtaken, the 39 Tyler Banks. So some good pace here from the driver, as there's another one off in the tyre wall down at the hairpin, proper buried in there. You can't even see, you can only see the driver's head. So flying on through. That driver in question, I think, is the 88 of Kaplan. And it is indeed. He is out of this race here. Not a good heat here from the number 88, but through the S's we go for our race leader being the 74, who is at threats of our novice driver, the number 44, Casper McAllister. He is a fairly quick driver out there as he goes for the fake switchback, and the 44 gets ahead there by pretending to go to one side and just lets the door be opened by Ormshaw. So down the main straight we come. There's a change on your screens now for you all, as McAllister takes the lead of this race after crashing out on the previous one. So down the back straight we go, around the hairpin. So the 44 still leads this race. Very quiet on track for now for the overtakes, as the 7 drivers running at the moment are fairly spread. So Stafford being the quickest out there at the moment. When I say quiet, we did miss the overtake from Stafford, who's got ahead of the 113. So Ormshaw with a bit of catching up to do here. McAllister is leading this lead 6/10 at the moment. A little bit further behind though, Banks and Stafford, and they're side by side for a brief moment as the one in blue, the number 43, gets ahead. Stafford up into P3 and now is charging fast towards Ormshaw and McAllister. So still with over 3 minutes remaining, loads of time to do that in, as we go towards the top bend now to open up to the next lap here. So down the main straight we come. The 44 still set the quickest sector 1 time, 13.09. So McAllister still maintaining that lead, 8/10 here, so opening the gap slightly. Stafford though is closing, 36.63 for the fastest lap. As we go towards the top bend here, and to come down the main straight, there's your gap visually at the moment. Good couple of cars lengths there, and when it updates, we'll know how far the distance is. As Atwell, the number 113, is also out of this race as well, retiring at the top bend. As the screens did update as I turned it off there. So 7/10 is the gap, as this 74 has spun at the horseshoe there and has opened up the field a little bit, as that now puts Stafford up into second. Banks, did he get ahead, or did Ormshaw manage to recover in time for that one? And he did recover in time. He's not happy with himself. Still in the top 3. Stafford now to close the gap to McAllister, who has led for a good 8 or so laps here now. Just under a minute and a half remaining on the clock too. So loads of time. So over goes your leader there, your back marker, the number 38. Just going into the horseshoe, so a good couple of corners away. He is 6th. He is behind by over 10 seconds, I believe it is. I made that 16. So 1.6 seconds to your leader for the 43 to try and catch up to. And still maintains at 1.6 going into the last couple of laps here. With the clock at 20 seconds now, we will be leading into the last nap. Next time round, last nap? Cool, I could have a nap. So the 43 still unable to close that gap for the moment as we come now to the last lap board. It has just been put out onto the circuit here. So one last opportunity here now for Stafford, will he be able to close that gap, or is McAllister too far ahead to claim that first position? A near perfect drive here for the 44. As we go down into the hairpin. Stafford really quick going down the back straight there. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Right-hander. And then down the main straight. Because, ladies and gentlemen, check flag. And it's going out for our top novice in this one. But we'll be taking P1 is Casper McAllister, followed by Stanley Stafford. Then is Finley Ormshaw, followed by Tyler Banks. And then Harrison Lord there. Lost 2 drivers out of that one. It's the 113 of Amrit Atwell and then Kurt Kaplan. They are provisional results though. You can scan the QR code that will appear on your screen in 3, 2, 1. It's there. Where we also see our senior Rotax grid. You can scan that QR code and it will send you to your next results for this one. All the results that get published. Don't forget, they're all provisional on the YouTube live stream. So it's senior Rotax next. Jason Bear and Daniel Tribe are on the front row. So just waiting on a couple of recoveries. If you are a regular viewer of the channel and you haven't subscribed yet, then please hit that subscribe button. And also if you are enjoying this live stream and enjoying today's events, then also please hit that like button as well. It does massively help us out. And after today's events, the 183Xperience round 1 will be available as a separate video on its own. So you can watch all the Intermax action as it's happened live without having to skip through all of these other races. If you're here for the Intermax or if you're here for juniors. But plenty of racing still yet to come in today's events. Speaking of events then, and it's time for the formation lap for the senior Rotax for their second heat. So I accidentally played ping pong with the camera angles there. Right then, let's get ready for the senior Rotax there, second heat. got a magnet on the back of my phone case. The MagSafe stuff, and it attaches to the computer case. I did it to one of my guys I work with. AirPods, stuck them to the top of the metal, like the highest point of a metal pole. You had to climb. Right, senior Rotax then, and we are underway for heat number 2. And into Billy's we go. All managing to stay out there. Only a couple of drivers on the outside there. So we go through the S's, down the back straight. It's a 61 that leads the way. That's Mr. Tribe. He's got a marginal lead at the moment as we go to the right-hander. And towards the top bend as we get ready for this one. So, Tribe, followed by Bear, Crockett, Wellesley, Pope, Edgecombe, Cox, Flan, Moulton and Burt for your top 10. A little bit squealy there near the midfield with the 52 and 25. So Tribe with a 1.2 second gap early doors, managing to get away from the others. That's the 50 of Jason Bear, trying to lead on with the other drivers behind. Oh, wrong time. As Charlie Cox given a contact warning here. So the 50 going defensive into Billy's, but the switcheroo between Jason Bear and Bertie Wellesley, as also following him is the 38 of Reese Pope. Bear trying to stay in fourth position, but does have, looks like Billy Edgecombe in there, in that position behind. It's Patrick Quirk, watching from the Czech Republic. Hello, mate. How are we doing? So, update, Tribe, Wellesley, Pope, Bear, Edgecombe, your top 5. A lot of movement throughout the grid as there's one in the tyres. And that looks like it's the 88. And it is indeed, as the 51 gets a bit too close to the inside of the 22 and chucks him wide. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the 88 that's out of this one. Updating on your screens now for you. It's very close in that midfield as Crockett down to the bottom of the grid here. Currently about to be lapped here. As Tribe goes past, still leading by 1.4 seconds. Taking the fastest lap at the moment is Bertie Wellesley. It's Bertie Wellesley in P2. The 38 of Reese Pope is close behind mine, as Tribe still leads the way. Cameron Crockett, the 88, not receiving any blue flags, which is surprising. So around the horseshoe we go. Quite surprised we're not seeing any blue flags yet from the 88, as I say that though. Coming into post 1 now comes the blue flag for the 88. As Wellesley gets past, going on the inside there. Still in second place he is, as we go through the S's down the back straight. Trying to catch up with Tribe, who he is now under a second for the gap. Well, it's over a second now that Alpha's updated again. So into the right-hander we go. Looks like Wellesley's managed to pull away from Pope a little bit. I wonder if he got stuck behind the back marker for a little while as Crockett's into the pits. So it's Tribe, Wellesley, Pope, and then the 52 of Moulton is joining the party. Is the quickest out there now with a 33.60. Henry Swanson has just taken that though. Again, Alpha updating slowly today. So from the top bend down the main straight we go. Charlie Cole's 5th, Rufus Flan 6th. Moulton starting to catch up to the rear of the 38, who is still in 3rd position here. So round in towards the horseshoe. Wellesley managing to close that gap to Daniel Tribe. As we go towards the top bend here. And once again down the main straight. So down into Billy's we go. Pope's overtaken by Hugh Moulton. Up he goes into P3. He's a quick threat here with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. But Wellesley trying to catch up to Tribe. Tribe currently lapping. Well, Moulton's lapping 2 seconds quicker than anybody else out there in that top 3. Now to be top 2. Where he is now in 3rd position. So down the main straight we come. There's the change there for you all. And Wellesley now under half a second for the gap to Tribe. But Moulton just under a second behind him. And charging fast. So around the horseshoe we go for Wellesley. Sticking onto the back of Tribe now. Or trying to stick to the back of Tribe. As we come from the top bend down the main straight once again. As that gap once again decreases 0.3 now for Wellesley. He's probably watching that clock and thinking, come on. Hairpin. Moulton 0.6 behind. Definitely looks less than that now. That was at the line. Around the right-hander towards the top bend. And down the main straight we come. We've got some action to come here from this race. If you're enjoying this race, hit that like button. 0.2 now the gap between the 1st and 2nd position. Moulton half a second now. As one closes, the other closes even quicker. As we go around the horseshoe once more. So around the top bend we go, down the main straight here. Reese Pope still not too far behind these guys. As in there, Charlie Cox, quickest driver out there for now. Through the S's down the back straight he goes. Meanwhile, at the top here, Wellesley's Sin Moulton. He's had a quick look. But the gap is still real tight there. Is down the inside, making no time at all. The 52 straight in front of Wellesley here. As Bertie Wellesley down into P3. So from the top bend down the main straight, Moulton absolutely flying in this race. 3 seconds to go. As Wellesley was 0.2 in front, is now 0.6 behind our race leader now. Still in a high position for Wellesley here, P3. Tribe still maintaining that P1, but Moulton is absolutely flying here. To the right-hander towards the top bend. The last lap board is well and truly out here as we come down the main straight now for the last lap of this race. And Tribe knows it. He's gone defensive, but the switchback didn't go. Wellesley trying the outside. Doesn't really work at the S's, unfortunately. As we go down the back straight, it's all happening. Tribe ultra defensive here into the hairpin, side by side between Pope and Cox. Pope still got the inside for the horseshoe, but the switchback between the two. Pope still trying to squeeze him in. As we go towards the top end here, Daniel Tribe. Has he done it? And he's just about done it there. Tribe taking P1 there. Followed by Moulton, then Bertie Wellesley. The timing's not updating just yet, but that is your finishing position there. There we go. So it's Tribe, Moulton, Wellesley, Pope, Cox, Flan, Swanson, Burt, Pearson, then Edgecombe. And just like it says in the chat, definitely some fantastic driving out there for that one. Moulton was absolutely flying. Once again, I left the music in the background. Whoops. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is your provisional results. Right to the grid. Because we're back round for round 3 for all the heats. Garrett and Tomsit on the front row. Don't forget you scan the QR code for any results that come out today. And you can find all of them by scanning the QR code. But is it the right QR code? Someone's trying to control the cart from the laptop. That's not a bad idea, is it? All the data. Right then, coming down the main straight for the Rotax cadets for their third heat, and we are underway again. Who's going to end out in front at the start of this one? And in the front there, it's the number 47 of Alfie Garrett. I nearly said 17 because it looked like it. So down the main straight then we come. So I try and find the right camera angle for some reason. So there is your running order on the left-hand side there for you all. How's it? It's Garrett, followed by Lovell, then Riggs, Churches, Coupling, Tomsit, and then Maria J at the back of the grid as the 16 going slow so he doesn't go over the sausage curb the wrong way around. So currently, Garrett with a gap of 1.5 As in P2 is Oakley Riggs, followed by Oscar Churches and Ethan Coupland. In full position there, Coupland really looking to get ahead of, it looks like Oakley Riggs. As we go round the kink towards Billy's. With 7 cars out there, there's 2 trophies up for grabs for today's racing. As down the inside goes the 43 on the WC. Almost rhymes. Oh, forgot the track map, ladies and gentlemen, on your right hand side of the screen. So, like I said, Coupland up into P3. That's all on your screens for you all there now. As they are evenly spread. Try not to grape ASMR you at the moment. I'm trying to snack on some grapes, so I don't want to chew over the mic by accident. So, Horseshoe 43 really trying to, well, when I say trying, is catching up to the rear of the 18. As we go to the top end here, just on the top of your screens there, you can see how close that gap is now. I'll tell you that gap is just a mere 0.07. It's not anymore as he scoots up ahead. So the 43 now up into P2 for the Rotax cadets. Mechanics there on the side giving some advice, waving the arms as usual. It's always funny to watch, I don't know why. So the 43 is in P2. Oscar Churches is managing to stay on the back of him though. So trying to stay around the mark to hopefully try and overtake and regain that second position. But Garrett is leading since the start. And is leading by 2.1 seconds for the Rotax cadets here. Side by side down the main street between Coupland and Churches. As Churches there not with enough pace to maintain and be on the outside of the kink, but in the inside of the Billies. So has to maintain and go back into P3 once again. At the back here is about between the 3 drivers level, Maria J and then Max Tomsit. Those 3 battling away for those little spots at the back. Higher up you are, the more points you will get in this one, as your current leader just going over there. As Churches sneaks ahead of Coupland as we go around Billy's. And it looks like it's going to be a switchback as the 43 regains that one. So thank you for leaving the door open. And is now trying to charge down towards our leader, Garrett. Hopefully trying to get Churches to work with him to try and get towards the leader. With 2 minutes 12 on the clock, there's not a lot of time to do it. Closing a 3.1 second gap. At the moment, lapping about a 10th or 2 behind. So at the moment, losing time where the 2 are battling with each other for the 2nd and 3rd spots. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And towards the top end we go. So then a minute to go on the clock as Garrett is leading by nearly 4 seconds now. He's flying away for this race. Let's go down the main straight. There goes the 47 already going into Billy's with the other two just joining in now. So Church is again ahead of Coupland. Those two constantly swapping over. So with 40 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be close for the last lap going out. Will it be last lap this time round or not? As once again, Churches and Coupland battling with each other and trying to make grape at a minute. So managed to go through with 3 seconds remaining. It's not as close as I thought it was going to be, but nevertheless, a 5-second gap. Holy moly. Not the biggest of the day so far yet, but 5 seconds is the gap between Garrett and Churches and Coupland, as once again those two are battling it out. That's where your time's going. As they are both switching around for second and third position constantly. So last lap board is out. As Churches and Coupland go over the line 5 seconds behind our leader. But the gap between those two is minimal. Through the S's, down the back straights. Who's going to claim second in this one? It's one of those time will tell. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Coupland really trying to find that gap, going each and different way that he can, but we'll have to split away for just a moment. As coming down the main straight for the checker flag comes Alfie Garrett, leading from the start, and leaves everyone in the dust by 5 seconds. But it's side by side temporarily for Oscar Churches and Ethan Coupland, but it's Churches who will get P2, followed by Ethan Coupland in third. So Garrett, Churches, Coupland, Riggs. And then your final spot here goes to Lovell, Maria J, and then Max Tom's it. Fastest is Alfie Garrett, 39.27. Right then, let's go to the grid then for the other side of the cadets. And that's the Honda cadets with Roach and Ratton on the front row. So formation time then for the Honda cadets. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, towards the top bend we go. It's a quicker start between these ones. But it is going. That was a quick start from these ones. So we're underway for the Honda Cadets for their third and final heat here today. And leading from the S's onwards is the 72 as it's 3 wide and a squeeze between our 3 novices at the back there. Kind of some Wayne Dowell and Bond there. That is brave going 3 wide at the exit of the corner, especially when you got the sausage curb doom to come on through. It is awful if you go the wrong side of that sausage curb. It's you got smooth tarmac one side, next minute you're doing a blimmin' rally cross on the other side. It's like you're doing a Dakar. So 3 billies around the S's, and like I said, the 72 lead in the 15 in second position. There's Luke McGall, and then Oliver Ratton holding off Alex Roach once again. So the 15 Luke McGall is starting to catch up to Thursfield, but someone who's even closer is Alex Roach, who is looking on Ratton, trying to make that gap work. So they're going through billies as the leader's going through the S's now. As Roach going for the inside line at the hairpin, as Ratton's just left out to dry. But Roach goes wide, side by side. Roach stays ahead though. Still maintains ahead, but it's side by side at the exit of the horseshoe. But again, Roach stays ahead. It's like deja vu. Per corner. So down the main straight we come. Once again, they're side by side. Non-stop between these two. Roach still, once again, maintaining that P3, managing to stay ahead each time. Despite a theoretical 3 attacks from the 22. As we go down into the hairpin once more. Meanwhile, at the front, McGall still behind Thursfield. Meanwhile, I just can't stop watching at the back. Roach and Ratton constantly battling between each other. Keeping side by side, keeping with one another. Is there going to be a change between the two of them? Using a bit of the runoff there. To fly on down into billies once again. The 22 looking for possibly the outside again, but doesn't get it this time round. Through the S's, down the back straights, and we are once again back to where we were. But are we? Because Ratton once again looking for the inside, just isn't quite there at the minute. Roach darting straight across the front, and once again maintains that P3. Meanwhile, at the front, McGall is right on the tail now of Finley Thursfield, coming down the main straight here. So Thursfield leads the way, but only by a very minute second. 0.09 is the gap between those two. Absolutely nothing at all. McGall is pretty good around here, keeping on the back of the driver in front. So we'll watch him maintain that through the next couple of laps here. So we come from the top bend down the main straight once more. 3 minutes 56 left on the clock. As we go into the billies. I was going to apologise for the choppiness of this camera and the quality of the camera. Man, it's poor. That's what happens when you forget a camera. So around the hairpin and the horseshoe. As we go around the right-hander towards the top bend. So into billies we are, and Still nothing between those two, nor between Roach and Ratton. It is quite even at the moment. Through the S's towards the back straight we go. About a 3-second gap between McGall and Roach at the moment. So that is the gap that we're playing with for those positions. So over goes Thursfield and Luke McGall. McGall's still really on the rear of the other driver there. Just no movement at all. Meanwhile, at the back here, we scoot back down to Billy's. It's side by side between Bond and I think there's Kynest and Wade. Through the S's down the back straight, those two go. The 45 still remains ahead of the... Well, the 45, sorry, is ahead of the 48. Rephrase that one. So down the main straight we come for these guys. There's your back markers. Well, not back markers, but the guys at the back of the grid. As we have just over a minute and a half to go. Still no changes from our front drivers at the moment. So charging on down the main straight we come. And once again, Thursfield still remains in front and still keeping it under a tenth. That gap, McGall just non-stop on the rear here. He's got a plan. He is little man with a plan. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Right-hander towards the top bend. And as we come down the main straight, 33 seconds remain. We're still going to squeeze out another lap in this race here. McGall still has that fastest lap. That gap is still very small. And Roach is still somehow staying ahead of Ratton here. Quick times all aboard. As we go down into the hairpin, there goes Ratton trying to get ahead of Roach. Roach still maintaining the side-by-sideness. That's not a word, but there we go. 30 seconds still trying to keep it in there. As we go to the right-hander, he's still on the inside. It's close, but they're still battling on. And Roach, I think, is still ahead here. Side-by-side down the main straight. Hello! But this time, the 22's got the inside. This could work out for the 22. And in this case, it does. Roach is still trying to go on the outside, but unfortunately, that door is closed. The outside of the S's, there's nowhere to go. Side by side, once again, going into towards the hairpin. Meanwhile, the 72 wider on the horseshoes. Got the inside line. McGall could not get ahead. Running out of voice. As the 22 now ahead of the 36 at the horseshoe. He's done it. He's got ahead. Meanwhile, coming down for the checkered flag. At the end of that one, Finley Thursfield takes the checkered flag. And between these two, Roach held on for as long as he could, but Ratton takes P3, Alex Roach P4. And then just coming on the bottom of your half of your screens there, Austin Dowell takes 5th, Kynest and Wade 6th, and then Jaden Bond takes 7th. Beautiful racing between the front two, the top 4 in that race there. Fastest goes to Luke McGall, top novice goes to Dowell. As we go to the grid for the junior Rotax, Aidan Clark and Ollie Wise on the front row. Sorry everybody, I forgot I didn't mute the mic. Mind you, all satisfying sounds are out of the way. Junior Rotax, heat number 3. Wow, that's a lot. That's some sound to go through. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off the Junior Rotax Heat 3 as they come towards the slowing down point for the formation lap. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go for heat number 3 for the Junior Rotax. Action-packed as always. Let's get ready to rumble. And we are underway for heat number 3. And one going a bit wide, and it's a car park at the start of Billy's blind there. One spun, and nobody behind could go anywhere else. I love a car park. But out in front is where it's more important. That's the 31, Clark, still maintaining his lead from the pole position that he got for this heat. Again, random heats as always. Running order on the left-hand side. Track map on the right. Clark, Wise, Reeves, Price, Lawton, Lovell, Cometa, Rao, Cox, and then Max Chow rounds out your top 10 as 2 into the tyre wall at Billy's, just out the corner of my eye there, as the yellow flag somewhat waved. So Clark still leading the way by 4/10 at the moment, but it is closing quick, as in there we do have Ollie Wise, a very quick driver out there today, and is showing that quite often as we come around Billy's here. Very close indeed. The gap just under 2/10. As some more yellow flags, and by the looks of it, someone's in the tyre wall. Marshall trying to slow him down, but this flag waving is not brilliant. Anyway, so at the front, Wise, followed by Clark, then Price. Top 3 very close together. As the driver is trying to undig his cart there, but the action is still happening all at the front here, where Ollie Wise is trying to defend off Aiden Clark, because Clark is trying to catch back up once again between the two of them as we fly on round. So towards the top here, a couple of contact warnings given on the right hand side of the screen, as you can see. There's Izzy Lawton there, currently in 5th position, where Max Lovell's in 4th, but she spins. almost in the same spot as that other driver was. I think he managed to get clear. Instead of getting going, she has, I think, retired from this race. Easily could have got going from that position. So Ollie Wise, Aidan Clark. That gap is close. Marshall really trying to slow them down, but he dropped his flag in the process. It's just funny watching the Marshall at the minute. Nothing at the front three for the moment, as we have lost Matthew Whitmarsh, number 23. 3 wide at the exit. There's no room for 3, as off goes the 53. That being Jamie Rao. Tried to go on the outside, but 3 wide at the exit of the hairpin is no place for anyone, as Maxim Smith makes up a few positions here. Lots of changes on the grid, just not at the front for the moment. Your leader still remains Ollie Wise. So Wise followed by Clark, Price. Then it's Lovell, Smith, Cometa, Dyson. Clark trying to stay within a half a second and is doing so at the moment. That gap is 0.25. As we go around the right-hander towards the top bend. So over the line go those drivers. 0.2 a gap. So Wise still maintaining that lead comfortably. Jack Price is in 3rd position. I feel like it's the first time I mentioned him today. Currently staying close to these guys, as Neve Allen gets ahead of Zach Ormshaw. Neve Allen was practicing a couple of days ago. I think was she here on Friday? Yeah, it was here on Friday. A very quiet Friday, by the way. She's been up practicing for the last couple of weeks. She's out there today, the number 67, currently down in 16th position. Getting ahead of Zach Ormshaw in that previous lap. So 1 minute 40 remaining. Here comes your race leaders coming down the main straight here as they fly on by the camera. As still no changes between these drivers at the front here. All pretty much evenly out there at the moment. 34.3, 34.5, 34.2. So trying to keep up with everybody. Max Lovell maintaining P4 as Maxim Smith behind. As we come back over the line once more. Not too much happening in this race at the minute between our front runners. Where they are going up towards the top bend there. From the top end down the main straight, 30 odd seconds remaining. As the 0.3 is a gap between Wise and Clark. Lap times very similar, albeit within a couple of thousandths. As we go towards the top bend and get ready to close off the Junior Rotax Heat 3. Bertie Wellesley on the bottom right of your screen. So, last lap is out. Wise still leading it. Is Clark going to be able to catch in this last lap and properly close that 3/10 gap that's now formed? So, down towards the hairpin we go. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Jack Price is starting to close the gap as well here. Don't count him out. As we go round towards the right-hander. Towards the top bend. And ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag here. Down the main straight he comes. It's going to go to Ollie Wise. Then second position goes to Aidan Clark, followed by Jack Price. Maxon Smith takes fourth, Max Level fifth, Cometa sixth, Dyson seventh, Ambrose eighth, Lucas Reeves ninth, and then Jamie Rowell in your top 10. And there's Samson once again, who is the top novice out there. Neve Allen takes 18th position with Jensen Cox 19th, and losing Matthew Whitmarsh and Izzy Lawson in that race. Couple to get recovered off track. So the grid then for the Intermax, and this time it goes to Atwell, who will be on the front row alongside Oscar Richards. So it's the formation lap then for the Intermax, as you've got a couple of spinners on the opening lap. Probably from weaving. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off this one, and we are well and truly underway for the third and final heat for today's racing for Intermax. And out in front of this one, straight off the bat, it's the number 43, and that is Stanley Stafford. Nice early and quick lead there from the 43, as we have one off down at the hairpin. Second position, 38, then it's the 88. Kurt Kaplan, who spun out of the second heat. Running order here on the left-hand side of your screen, plus track map on the right. So Stafford, followed by Kaplan, McAllister, Richards, Atwell, Banks, Lord, then Ormshaw down at the back. As Atwell got a contact one in there. So around we go there. Second and the third being Kaplan and McAllister. McAllister winning this second heat. So he is a quick driver. Will he be able to get ahead of the 88 here? Or is the 88 going to be able to defend it for the next 6.5 minutes? Through the S's down the back straight, and we'll find out. So 38 being nudged down the back straight there from the 39. Banks trying to get ahead of Richards, who's a little bit slower there. As they all go wide there. So from the right-hander towards and down the main straight we go. Kaplan quickest. But not for long. Stafford just 0.02 quicker. As McAllister trying to charge towards the 88. It's around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And around towards the right-hander this time round. Kaplan remains in P2 for now. McAllister, unable to close the gap just yet. All the front runners very close times-wise, albeit over a couple of thousandths, all within a second there. Who is going to be able to nudge it out ever so slightly? The 88, 0.88 away from our leader. Let's go around the right-hander. Towards the top end and down the main straight we come here. Kaplan still remaining in front. McAllister braking a lot later than Kaplan, going into Billy's. As we go through the S's, down the back straights. Still maintaining roughly the same times once again. Kaplan slightly slower that lap compared to the other two drivers. So towards the top bend we go. As Kaplan on the inside there. McAllister is quick though and is looking to overtake Kaplan. In 2.5 minutes so far of driving between the two since I last said about this. And at the moment, staying with one another. And from last time out, we know McAllister is quick. So towards the top end and down the main straight we come. So Stafford, Kaplan, McAllister, then it's Ormshaw, as he's got ahead of Upwall. Banks, Lord, then Oscar Richards. So keeping with the action here. McAllister really trying to get a Kaplan. He tries for the inside of the horseshoe. Doesn't happen at the moment. Through to the right-hander and towards the top bend next. So down the main straight here. As Kaplan still maintaining P2. So through the S's down the back straight. Banks is in the pits. So I think we are down one driver now for this race. So 7 remain and 2 are fighting. Not literally, just anyway. McAllister really trying to find the way to go round. Will he be able to beat him in getting ahead or not? Time will only tell. 2 minutes 11 on the clock. As Kaplan a little bit wider at the exit of the hairpin. McAllister stays on the outside. As we continue towards the next lap with under 2 minutes remaining. Stafford comfortably ahead of a 1.7 second gap around Billy's. So once again, down the main straight, still nothing between these drivers here. So far in this race, losing Tyler Banks a couple of laps ago into the pits. At the moment though, still nothing from our top 3. It's close between Kaplan and McAllister. You see McAllister's really trying something. Each one not working as he wants it to at the moment. Kaplan just managing to stay ahead. Good driving between the two. As we come on down the main straight once again. McAllister looking for the inside as we go into Billy's this time round. McAllister's through. Kaplan stayed on the sort of mid of the circuit. Expecting him to McAllister to be behind. Unfortunately, McAllister was making the move. Kaplan caught off guard, and there we go. Stafford, McAllister, Kaplan is your lineup at the moment. Kaplan trying to come back again. Right-hander towards the top bend. And as we come down the main straight once again, it's side by side between the two of them. Kaplan wants to try and get ahead. Unfortunately, it seems like McAllister's got a slightly quicker and almost better top end there. Imagine just stay edged out in front. So around we go. As we go towards the top bend here. As it was the last lap, I can't find the right camera angle, but ladies and gentlemen, Stanley Stafford takes the checkered flag. I did not even see that it was last lap there. Sorry for not finding the right camera angle either. It'd be a pain in the bottom sometimes. So Stafford, followed by McAllister, Kaplan, Ormshaw, Atwell, Harrison Lord, and then Oscar Richards will round out your top 7, losing Tyler Banks. It's halfway through this race. Right then, one more heat to go, and that is going to the seniors. Jamie Burton, Hugh Moulton on the front row. So one last heat to go before the finals. So let's see what happens in this last heat. Got Windows updates telling me it's time to restart. No! So here we go then in the last heat of today, and it's off for the senior Rotax, and we are well and truly underway here. So who's going to end out in front? Very slow in the midfield there. That looks like the 38, Reese Pope, taking it steady. Trying to avoid any contact in the midfield there, but out in front was the 51, it's now the 52. So down into the horseshoe we go. There's Hugh Moulton followed by Jamie Burt. Then Charlie Cox, just sorting out one of the camera angles. I made it worse. Fixed it. Just in time to see our front five race on down into the hairpin here. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Like I said, leading that one is Hugh Moulton at the moment. Followed by Charlie Cox and Jamie Burt. Really struggling to find the camera angles today for some reason. Moulton, Cox, Burt, Swanson, Tribe. Daniel Tribe at the back of this pack here, trying to get on in front of the 74. So from the top bend we go. There go our top five. The gap between first and second is 1/10, a tenth and a half at the moment. See, 51 is in the middle of this double sandwich. So around into the horseshoe we go as Tribe darts down the inside of the 74, gets ahead. As up one position goes Daniel Tribe, the number 51, getting ahead of the 74, now into fourth position as he now charges towards the number 51 and makes quick moves to that one as he's straight close behind now. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Meanwhile at the front, Moulton and Cox relatively the same out there at the moment. Roughly, well, exactly the same lap times at the moment. So down the main straight we come. Still no changes from our top five at the moment. Currently Tribe up 4 positions in this race from the start. As he is looking to make that 5. So down the main straight we come. Seven thousandths is the gap between the first and second. Tribe is really trying to pick ahead, trying to pick those little tiny few thousandths here and there to try and get closer to Jamie Burt's. As we go into the horseshoe, the door's left open for Burt to, for Tribe to go through. And goes through Mr. Tribe, who now sneaks up into that third position. So through that little crowd he went through, and is now trying to catch up to our front runners who are currently 2 seconds up the road. Not battling each other either, so they're maintaining that gap for now. Like I said earlier, they're roughly the same lap times at the moment. So down the main straight we come for those two, coming from the right to left hand side of your screens. So the 52 still leads it to Cox in the number 12. Tribe has already managed to make a relatively decent gap between himself and Jamie Burt. Looking at half a second already. As more of the field starting to join up here, as you can see. At the back of that one is Bertie Wellesley. So down the main straight we go once again. Is Cox going to make a move? He stays right on the rear of Moulton. Cox has the pace, but he's not utilising it right now. But he is now as he darts down the inside of Moulton, and Charlie Cox takes the lead as he's trying to scoot away now and makes a couple of tenths straight out the door here as the 74 here, Henry Swanson, holding off Rufus Flam, Pope, Wellesley, and I think Crockett's in that list as well. So we come down the main straight. One driver's in the pits. He looked slow, must have an issue. And unfortunately, that is Jamie Burt, the 51. Looking strong until he wasn't. So that's Burt out of this race, down to 12 runners out of a 13 grid. A couple of drivers going down the inside of one another. We come down the main straight once again. Still, Charlie Cox remains in the lead here as Henry Swanson's down 2 positions. So the clock is at 0. Charlie Cox leading by over half a second. As we come near the closing stages here and close to where the race will be over. And we'll be heading into our lunches. I've already had mine, but off to the lunch break here for the senior Rotax. Senior Rotax for everyone up here. But for the senior Rotax, we're on to the last lap of this race. God, I can't spit my words out properly today either. And in this race, losing 1 driver in total, Jamie Burt, a couple of laps ago. So here goes through Charlie Cox and Hugh Moulton as the 25 Rufus Flan trying to catch up with Daniel Tribe, but there's not enough time on the clock. Because coming to take the checkered flag goes Charlie Cox and Hugh Moulton. Followed by Daniel Tribe, then Rufus Flan, Reese Pope, Wellesley, Swanson. There'll be Crockett and Billy Edgecombe, who's had a bit of a nothing race for this one. Not managing to get near the front for today, for the third heat, but then it's Harry Person who will take the top novice as Chris Jones rounds out your grid. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the moment. And I say for the moment because we're heading into the lunch break. So, yeah, we'll have a short break here on the YouTube live stream. So, stay tuned. We have more racing to come soon. We enjoy the music from Epidemic Sound. A variety of music for you all. And they are the ones that are providing the music for us. But we'll see you all in about half an hour. An hour? No, half an hour.
it away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like, yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone, yeah, you're the reason I'm going out of my mind. Just can't stop thinking about you. Just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe a break. Boy, you're my weakness. Give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home, yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone, yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clear Pigeon Kart Club Championships Round 9 and the 183Xperience Intermax Mini Series. And here's the grid for the Rotax Cadet Final. It's just about to come out onto track now as we speak about it. So here we are at 3 o'clock-ish. 2 minutes after we should be out on circuit, as always. So Alfie Garrett's on pole with 90 points. Ethan Coupland got second with 86 points. Oscar Church is 84. Louis Level got fourth with 79 points. And looks like best position of 4, so Oakley Riggs will be 79th and 7th. Actually, I don't know how that works. Then Maria J 6th with 75, and then Max Tomsit with 74 in 7th. So track mic is now live, so you can hear all the carts going around. So hopefully you had a nice little half an hour away from the live stream. It's nice for me. I've got to enjoy just chilling in the cold. It's chuffing freezing. It's so cold. Why? It's not winter yet. Well, it is winter because it's England. So being England, it's cold. So cold. Just as cold as these tyres, so we'll warm up eventually, won't we? All right, let's get into the racing for today. So listening to myself talking absolute rubbish, let's get going for the Rotax Cadet Final. 14 cold, chilly minutes as we get ready to go for the Rotax Cadets. And we are underway. 14 minutes of racing. It's not all won on the first corner as the 43 and the 18 challenge for first position straight away. Dog's barking away. So 43 still has the lead. 47 in third there. The 47 being Alfie Garrett. And down the main straight we come after the opening lap. So over 13 minutes to go. As these will fly on through. We'll be dipping in and out throughout this race, seeing what occurs. "14 minutes is a long time out there. So lots of thought goes into this. No trying to challenge too much to begin with. But if you do make a mistake, there's plenty of time to try and win it back and bring it back in time. Just reorganising the heater up here because it's so cold. So Ethan Coupland still out in front. Fast out there's Alfie Garrett with a 39.59. So some quick times coming out so far in this race. Close between the two is Churches and Garrett. Speaking of the devil, as we go around the horseshoe to the right-hander and towards the top bend here. As Alfie Garrett was given a contact warning. So your front three starting to spread out just ever so slightly as we charge on through this race. Like I've been saying, 39.39 fast lap for Alfie Garrett. Keep an eye on these lap times. The gaps are relatively open here, about 6/10 for your leader and in between second and third. So it's very much awaiting getting this race here. No changes on the grid. So we will keep an eye on what goes on as we near 1 minute to where our heats would normally be. So from the top bend comes your two leaders here, as Garrett's closing up on Coupland, charging about over a tenth quicker each time. Fastest lap as well for the race, as these two try and fly away early doors. As these two closing the gap. Let's see when we get something from them to the top bend. As Garrett is just staying behind for now. Trying to sneak side by side as he goes down the inside at Billy's. And our first overtake for a new leader. And this time it's going to Alfie Garrett. So will Coupland be able to respond and stay within a few tenths, very close at the hairpin, side by side at the exit. But the horseshoe, Garrett does have the advantage of being on the inside. And to the right-hander, we go to the top. And back down we come once more. So there's your change on the screen. Let's see how this plays out. So Alfie Garrett leading the way to Ethan Coupland. About a 3/10 gap so far for this one. As we fly on down the main straight as we catch up to the number 16, Max Tomsit. So just under 3 minutes to go. Blue flags for the number 16 as well. Not too much occurring on this race at the moment. Been watching it as we've flown on by. Fastest lap has been with Alfie Garrett since lap number 8. We're currently on 16. Well, 17 laps completed now, as Max Tomsit about a lap behind here. So 2/10 a gap now here with 2 minutes to go. Keeping an eye on Garrett and Coupland as we fly through the Rotax Cadet final. So around the hairpin, Garrett quite wide there. To the top end, and then down the main straight we come. One-tenth the gap now between Garrett and Coupland. There is only 2 trophies up for grabs for today, being only 7 drivers altogether. And these two battling for who's going to have the first place trophy. So around the horseshoe, the right-hander, under a minute to go. Top bend and down the main straight we come. Couple of laps remaining then. And quite possibly a third in this lot as we come down into the S's. It's down the inside. It's tight between the two of them. Garrett just about managing to stay ahead there, but it was mega close there. Garrett pretty much almost using the whole curb there to remain in front. So back to square root 1 for the two of them, as they stay between in first and second as they are. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. And let's see what happens this time round. Still no changes for the fastest lap. So charging on through, the clock is at 0. And down the main straight for the last lap of this race. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 14 minutes has elapsed, and this is what it comes down to. Blue flags out for the number 70. To be honest, I don't think they'll catch in time, to be fair. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Garrett defensive, Coupland on the charge. Around the hairpin, touching on the exit of the hairpin, through the horseshoe. To the right-hander, Garrett's on the inside. Coupland's on the inside for the top bend. He backs out, though. Oh, don't miss the final, Alex. And coming down for the checkered flag at the end of it. Alfie Garrett takes the checkered flag. Ethan Coupland just backing out at the top there, and that's what's stopped him for the win. But ladies and gentlemen, that is your running order for this one, the provisional results. Alfie Garrett, followed by Ethan Coupland, Oscar Churches, Oakley Riggs, Louis Lovell, and Maria J, followed by Max Tomsit for a quiet Rotax Cadet final. Okay, then to the grid for the Honda Cadets, and Finney Thursfield's on pole, with Luke McGowl on second. Only a point between the two of them for that front row. Oliver Ratton, 84 points to Alex Roach on 81. Austin Dowell, 77. Joshua Coniston Wade, 75. And then Jaden Bond with 73. So then the formation lap, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honda Cadets. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get underway for the Honda Cadets final. And it is underway, first time once again. So leading the way is Finley Thursfield, followed by Luke McGall. Then it's looks like Alex Roach, followed by Oliver Ratton. So up towards the top bend we go. And down the main straight. So Thursfield's still in the lead at the moment. Through the S's, down the back straight. Very close between the 15. He's right on the rear of Thursfield here as we go around into the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe, as in the background there, Roach going wide. I think that's just let Oliver Ratton through, and it has done indeed. As we go round towards the top bend. Down the main straight we come once again. And into 3 laps done in this race. So Ratton looking on Roach once again as he retains and comes back into where he were. Meanwhile, at the front, Thursfield defending off Luke McGall, who is the quickest out there by 3 thousandths of a second. So, thousandth off again for the first lap time. Once again, Alex Roach getting ahead of Ratton, but it's deja vu switcheroo. Ratton still stays ahead for third. Once again, just like the Rotax cadets, 2 trophies up for grabs, and at the moment it's Thursfield and McGall battling between the two on who's going to get that P1 trophy. So, round the right-hander we go. There goes Roach, then Ratton. Those two have swapped positions once again as we come back down the main straight once more. So through the S's, down the back straight. Thursfield still ahead. McGall just keeping it behind for now. As we come down the main straight here once again. Thursfield still maintaining the lead. McGall is really trying to get ahead. Not being able to at the moment as coming into the S's. Ratton ahead of Roach once more. That's giving the 47 a little bit, getting him a little bit closer to the action. So top end. Down the main straight, and still once more McGall stays behind. Roach and Ratton still battling it out between the two of them. They're swapping positions so often out there. You really got to keep an eye on those two as Roach is on the inside defensive, goes wide, invites Ratton back into this. As they go around the horseshoe, Ratton on the inside. The outside, sorry, and now is just settling behind. McGall still unable to get ahead at the moment as we come down the main straight once more for the other two. So there's the change for Alex Roach, who's now up into third. Muggle still staying behind, keeping an eye on these two at the moment. This is where the action's at for now. As Ratton's actually falling back a little bit there. So McGall is real close here. This gap is under a tenth once again. So McGall still trying some different moves here as we close into the halfway mark of this race. If this was a heat, we'll be only just starting, but we're well into this race here. So down the main straight we come back for Thursfield and McGall. McGall going for the inside, is a bit too far back, so stays behind for now. And Thursfield staying defensive, so he stays ahead once again. So into the hairpin. The gap between Roach and Ratton has increased. So that could be the end of their battle there. So it's just keeping an eye on these two, Thursfield and McGall. So let's see what the gap is between these two this time round. The same as last. 8 thousandths of a second is what is between these two. That gap is absolutely minute. But McGall is just unable to budge and get ahead. But as I say that, there he goes for the inside move. He does it this time round. He is ahead at the exit of the hairpin. And now our leader has changed. Luke McGall is our leader with 5 minutes 20 still to go. There's loads of time left in this race. And there is a change there for you all. McGall ahead of Thursfield. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearing the end of this race, and not much has happened between McGall and Thursfield since his overtake about 4 minutes ago. It has been the same since. McGall still has the lead, leading by just half a second. And as we close these final stages, will Thursfield be able to catch up? He has been catching the last couple of laps by a few thousandths here and there. It's absolutely tiny, but those tiny bits are just enough to close the gap. So let's see what happens with 30 seconds remaining, 2 laps to go. Let's have a look. So down the main straight here, blue flags are out for the back markers. So into Billy's we go. Round through the S's, down the back straight. And then into the hairpin horseshoe. Both approaching that back marker right now as the blue flags are still being waved. And we approach the last lap board here. So coming down the main straight. So McGall, Thursfield a little bit further behind, and there is currently a back marker in between these two. So down into the hairpin, Thursfield stayed behind the back marker for a while there, so the gap opened up. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closing this race off with a slight lead here for our winner. So coming to take the checkered flag and win for the Honda Cadets. This one goes to Luke McGall, followed by the 72 of Finley Thursfield. And then Jaden Bond takes 6th. 45 there. Joshua Coniston Wade taking 7th. 3rd goes to Alex Roach, who in the end managed to be 4.3 seconds ahead of Ratton after their battle. And last but not least, but he's not last because he's 5th, is Austin Dow to take the checkered flag. He's happy he's finished. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, that is the provisional results for the Hondas. And now time for absolute action-packed 14 minutes because it's the Junior Rotax. So Ollie Wise is on the front row with 89 points, with Maxim Smith on 84. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the Junior Rotax final. 14 minutes of pure action here coming your way. Don't forget you can scan the QR code to find out all the results so far when they get published. As Max Level spins off in the background. Down at the S's, the camera isn't on him. So he's got to try and find his way back to his position soon. So quite a few of them are going off here where it's a lot cooler this afternoon. 9 degrees earlier, and as it refreshes, it's 11. It's not changed that much. It actually feels colder up here. So here we go then, the front runners currently coming up to the start of the slowing down portion of the formation lap. As they are told to slow down 'cause it is getting a bit darker up here now. So down the main straight we come. And the false start flag is out. So one more lap round again. So attempt number 2 to get this race started. The tongue keep. Sent me an absolutely weird message. Right, here we go then. Attempt number 2. And this time we are underway. So the 55 is the one in the lead. So coming up to the start finish, here is your running order and all the bits on the right hand side of the screen. So it's Ollie Wise, Maxton Smith, Clark, Price, Dyson, Ambrose, Lovell, Reeves, Chown and Kielbasa rounds out your top 10 over the line. All of that could have changed though as we go into the second lap of this race. So around we go. Wise a little bit of a lead. As we all know, Ollie Wise is absolutely flying today. So to the top end down the main straight. Jack Price up into third. So is Jamie Ambrose. As a big spin, 2 spinners off at the exit of the kink there. Both of them just absolutely flying off there. Very unusual. So we come back to the top bend where our leader is at the moment as the contact warning has gone out for Hani Sadiq. He's currently sitting in 11th position. So the 58 there going over the line, that was Jensen Cox. Max Chown is in the pits. So unfortunately that's the end of his day there. Started in 13th position this race. So fly on through. So it's close in where second position is. So the 30 currently in second position at the moment. So around the hairpin, all 3 of these wanted to charge up towards our race leader. 3, there's 5. Where did the I generally saw 3 and then the 4th came out of nowhere. My eyes are going. It's been a long day. So there's the gap there for you. Some of them using the kink curve there. As it's very tight, it's so close, they're tapping each other as the one in orange taking advantage of that on the 21 of Archie Dyson, taking full advantage of that little hold up there. That's really mixed up the grid down there. So around the horseshoe, right-hander and towards the top bend we go. And down the main straight. So the Price is up into second, Dyson's up into 4th. Jamie Ambrose managed to stay into 5th in all of that. So go through the S's, down the back straight. As we go on around there, Archie Dyson being tapped at the rear there. So go round the 21 and the 54. Jamie Ambrose is the one behind. I can smell you. As we come down the main straight. So Dyson just being able to stay out ahead in that 4th position. Just outside of the top 3. 20 drivers. 1 in 4 means there's 5 trophies up for grabs. Just as I switched angles there, it looks like someone's retiring at the exit of the horseshoe. Or is he continuing? Looks like they're continuing. No, they've stopped. And Ambrose up into 4th. Top 3 split quite evenly at the moment, so the battle is where 4th is and round about where Archie Dyson is. Harney Steek given a 2nd contact warning in this race so far. As we have a retirement there from, which I think is the 95. And it possibly will be. We'll get confirmation soon. As he stands there. So down the main straight we come. On the kink curve goes the 31 of Aidan Clark. Trying to get ahead of Archie Dyson here. Through the S's, down the back straight we come. Still nothing there, and it is confirmed now Kumeta is out of this race. So Ollie Wise with a 1.7 lead at the moment. Will they be able to catch up to Mr. Wise? We'll find out. We are just about entering where the heats would start, so 8 minutes to go. Still loads of time left on the clock. Jack Price with the fastest lap time of a 34.46. So Dyson managing to stay out in that 5th position, the last trophy plane spot. Max Lovell on the back of this one as well. He's at the back of that pack of 3 there. Trying to hope for himself, hopefully find a move up ahead. Lost 3 drivers so far. Jensen Cars, Karthik Kameta and Max Chown. Max Chown being the first retiree after a couple of laps into this race. So down the main straight we come. Ollie Wise still leading this one at this time. Not much action so far. Dyson managed to stay well ahead of the 31 and 97. Are they working together to get towards the top? We shall find out. There's a couple more at the back are quite grouped together. Heading into the hairpin, into Billy's there, sorry. We'll get the right one eventually some point. Through the S's, down the back straight. Dyson with a little bit of a margin there. Managing to increase the grab slightly, but once again, Clark and Lovell caught back up rather quickly there. So there goes your race leader catching up to one of our back markers. That one being Matthew Whitmarsh. the number 23 here. So no changes on the grid. 5 minutes to go. As we come into the pit, Whitmarsh has just... So as we go to the top end, Whitmarsh has just gone into the pits. Very unusual. As a little bit further down, you've got Sansom in 14th, down in 15th, and then Neve Allen in 16th position. He's a little bit further back from the back of the pack, but still charging fourth. Max level contact warning, number 97 there. As they are heading into the top bend next. So down they come, as it looks like the 31 looking to make a move there. Aidan Clark on Dyson, but once again Dyson somehow managing to just stay in front. So the defense is strong with this one at the moment. Around the hairpin and towards a horseshoe. So 3:40 on the clock. Still loads of time left. A little bit further back, just about to come onto your screens now. It's that orange one, I think. I can't remember. I couldn't see the number. Started talking about it, but I couldn't see the number. So just about to come over your line now. It's the 94 Kevin Kielbasser and Hani Sadiq. But meanwhile, down the back straight goes our contention for 5th position. I think that's already happened as Dyson's down in 7th position and a 31 and 97 are ahead. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. Into Billy's. Dyson trying to attack onto level. Clark is just out of threat to this last trophy playing position. As Aidan Clark given a contact warning here. 4 contact warnings given so far in this race. So around Billy's, through the S's, and down the back straight we go. That's Ollie Wise with a 2.1 second lead to Jack Price. As our leader just coming down the main straight now. As we stick with this battle for 5th position here. So Sadiq's made a place up on Kielbasser last lap round. And he's still ahead on this one. Minute and a half to go. So, Ambrose starting to get closer to Maxim Smith in 3rd position there. So we're looking at another potential battle here at the closing stages of this race. So good news for us watching at home. But at threat for P3 on one of the podium positions for Maxim Smith here. So Ambrose on the charge. As we go through the S's down the back straight. Down into the hairpin for those two. Ollie Wise and Jack Price pretty much comfortable where they are. as the camera does not focus at all. So a 10th is what it is between them all. The clock is at 0, but we've still got an additional lap here. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Gaining one more lap out of this one as Neve Allen gets ahead of Kian Downer. Jamie Rowe ahead of Kiel Basser. And it looks like Zach Ormshaw down to 13th. So here we go then, the final push in this race goes to that man that's just absolutely flown by there. It's Ollie Wise, ready for the checker flag to come out next time round. So through the SST goes down the back straight. Is keeping an eye on Smith and Ambrose because Jamie Ambrose is right on the back there to potentially take that pole position. But we'll keep an eye on this guy here who's been absolutely flying today as he goes into the right-hander towards the top bend and to come down towards the main straight. Ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag, it goes to Ollie Wise. And will it be close between these two? Unfortunately not. Maxim Smith stays third. Jamie Ambrose comes fourth. Aidan Clark gets 5th, Max Level 6th, Archie Dyson 7th, Sadiq 8th, Rowe 9th, and then Kiel Basser round out your top 10. As Sansom takes best novice here for 14th position overall. And losing 4 drivers, Max Chown, Karthik Kometa, Jensen Cox, and Matthew Whitmarsh. So a long race filled with action at the front of the grid. Now we go to the finals for the 183Xperience Intermax Mini Series final for round number 1 for them. Stafford's on the front row with 89 points, and then McAllister with 83 points alongside. Just been notified Ollie Wise did a 15-minute race. Damn. Damn, son. So the formation up then for the Intermax final here. Let's see how this one plays out. Right then, we're getting ready to go as it looks like the front runners are just waiting for the last driver there. As one is late to the grid as well. That looks like they're going to be alright starting from the back. So here we go then. It has been false started though. I think more to let those back to get into position. So towards the top bend we go. And this time we are fully underway for the Intermax final. As one gets absolutely wiped out there for a second. Through the S as we go for the leaders, and it's the 44 leading to the 43. As into the high tyre walls heavy there. I think that was the 43 of Stanley Stafford. As I think the Harrison Lords managed to wiggle his way up to the top of the order. So here's all the bits there for you. So it's McAllister, Lord. It's a double front row at the moment for the novices. Artwald third, Richards fourth, Ormshaw fifth, Kaplan's in sixth, and Stanley Stafford down in seventh. So a lot going on at the start of this race, but leading the way is the 44th, McAllister. So around the horseshoe we go. Round the right-hander and towards the top bend here. Down the main straights. As Lord managing to hold off Outwall at the moment. The 113 down the inside though at Billy's. Bit too hot there as he touches the sidewall, not having full control of his kart there. And down into the hairpin we go. So, like I said, Atwell now ahead. So, it's a battle near the back as once again another dive down the inside and a clatter to the side. Ruthless driving here from some of the drivers. The 74 now getting ahead of the 38. Ormshaw ahead of Richards. A bit aggressively, mind. As we go towards the top bend now. McAllister leading by 2.2 seconds. As the rest of the grid follows through. So Richards down to 7th. Kaplan in 5th position. Only 7 drivers, so 2 trophies up for grabs, and at the moment going to the 44-113. But we got loads of time left. So as they all fly on through into Billy's. And down the inside at the back of that 3. I think that's Stafford getting ahead of possibly Ormshaw. And it is indeed, as Kaplan is the one ahead of that crowd. So there's your race leader heading all the way down the main straight there. Quite a lead now. 3.4 seconds. As all the other changes there just popping onto your screen as Stafford gets ahead of Ormshaw. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And Stafford's got ahead of Kaplan as well. So trying to get back to the front and charging as quick as he can. Stafford has the fastest lap in this race though. So towards the top bend and coming on down the main straight now. So Stafford charging towards Harrison Lord next as we go down the back straight for them. And McAllister's sort of comfortable at the front there. 3.6 second lead. As the rest starting to close up towards them all. And to get close to this final. Get some more action in it. So into Billy's we go. As Ormshaw is on the back of Kaplan at the moment. So through the S's down the back straight. As Stafford's looking on a move at Lord here right now. Right here, right now. And he does it right now as well. Through the horseshoe. He's ahead. It's just off camera there, unfortunately. And through goes Stafford to now catch up to the 113 of Atwell. Will anybody be able to go suit? Like I said, only 2 trophies up for grabs here. So Stafford trying to get one of them. McAllister real close to getting one as well. With that 4.15 second lead. Only just seen it. A good lead there from the driver as it looks like Kurt Kaplan. Has Lord behind, but Ormshaw also trying to get involved in this one too. As there's the change once again on your screens. But there's visually the gap there. McAllister going around the hairpin there as the rest come into play. As I think that's Stafford down the inside of Atwell. Both very similar schemes as Atwell. A little bit of a tap to the rear of the 43. They'll go through the right-hander towards the top end. And let's see what happens to this gap that we have at the moment. Good recovery from Stafford as well, especially after the start. So here we go. Will this 4.5 second gap close? But more importantly, if it does happen, how quick? Stafford's the quickest out there. Currently lapping the same as McAllister. So to the top bend. And down the main straight we go. Let's keep an eye on this gap. So starting with a 4.3, knocking 2 tenths off already. So heading into the horseshoe there. He is absolutely flying now. He's got nobody to try and overtake. So McAllister over the line. Stafford next. As the timings have just lagged out there for a second. As Kaplan goes round the inside there of Atwell to come up into P3. 3.8 seconds now. Wow, that's close quick. McAllister is doing 37.42, 37.4s, whereas Stafford's doing 36.8s. This is going to close quickly. 37 to 36.8, so just over 2 just under 2 tenths quicker even. We'll get there eventually with what word I want to use. Through the S's, down the back straight for Kaplan, then Atwell. But the countdown is on. This man is absolutely flying. 33.3. 33.3? 3 minutes, 3 seconds 33. Jesus Christ. So McAllister leading, 3.1 seconds, just under 4 minutes to go. What do we reckon? McAllister is still just 2 tenths slower. Looking at the timings here, Stafford's about 10th quicker in sector 1 alone. Contact warning for Finley Ormshaw, as he's got Kurt Kaplan up for contention, as I think he's just slotted ahead of Kaplan. And he has indeed, the 74 at this later stage, finding some pace. 2.5 seconds to go. So nearing 2 seconds, so ooh, this is interesting. 3 tenths quicker now is Stafford. This is one to look out for now. It's like a tornado chasing down its prey. It's like a storm chase having to run, drive away from from a tornado. Leave me alone. The tornado's quicker. There it is. Weird reference. 3 tenths quicker still is Stafford to McAllister. And 1 minute 50. Just look at the pace. Two seconds on the nose. The gap. McAllister is responding a little bit. He's just taken his personal best of a 36.99. So both within the same sort of area now. So he's not plodding along now, McAllister. He is trying to keep that gap. 1 minute to go as they go over the line in a second. Not literally a second, but there we go. Ooh, 1.8 seconds. McAllister again, just about this time only about a tenth and a bit slower, but still, he might be safe here. It's just watching that number tick down lap on lap. Sometimes 2 tenths, sometimes 3 tenths. So now it is 1.5 seconds. 2 laps to go. Wow, that's a real slow lap there from McAllister. 37.31 compared to a 36.96. Is McAllister getting tired is the actual question. So here we go. Last lap. And the gap is 1.5 again. So McAllister is safe. I don't want to say it because anything can happen still, but with an absolute praying mantis. I know they work there. No, they work. They walk slow, but he is praying, absolutely flying down. Because, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checkered flag and leading by quite a fair bit, ladies and gentlemen, Casper McAllister takes the checkered flag and wins for the Intermax final and wins for round 1 of the 183Xperience Intermax Mini Series. And here are the results for you here as well, as they are provisional. But McAllister takes the win, followed by Stafford. Mega drive from Stafford, come on. Followed by Ormshaw, Atwell, Kaplan, Lord, and then Richards. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go to the grid then for the final race of today, and it's the final of all the finals. It's Hugh Moulton on pole with 88 points, and Daniel Tribe with 86 on alongside. Let's see how this plays out. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the last final of today. So with this being the last one of today, thank you everybody to watching so far. 14 minutes left to go, and if you've enjoyed today's live stream, make sure to hit that like button, and also feel free to check out the live stream after it is finished, because you'll be able to go back and see it all just as it's finished. I didn't realize I had a setting enabled that stopped that from happening, and didn't realize that until like 4 days after the event. So you better watch it all straight after it's finished. It might be lower quality, just where YouTube will process all the bits and bobs and blah, blah, blah. Those that are watching Intermax today, don't fret. You'll have a video within the next 2 weeks of all of the action as it was live streamed here on YouTube, just cut up without all the other events in. My right leg is cold now I've moved it away from the heater. Wow, it's freezing. Right then, 14 minutes, senior Rotax, and this is the last race. So let's see how it goes. Last 14 minutes. And we are underway. So into Billy's, everyone's on circuit. No, jinxed it. No instance here, but Tribe's in there. I think that's possibly Reese Pope there in there, as well as NASA panel is off to the side. So I think that's going to get him called in for the mechanical. But just as I said, it was nice and clean. It was not. So quite a few of big top-end contenders are out. Well, not out, but at the back. So it's Moulton, Cox. There we go. Moulton, Cox, Edgecombe, Wellesley, Crockett, Burt, Swanson, Pearson, Bear and Jones. As Reese Pope has already popped into the pits for his national panel. Pope not always getting the best of luck up here. So Reese Flan given a contact warning. As your leader is currently Hugh Moulton, followed by the number 12, Charlie Cox. And then Edgecombe right at the front here this time round, with Wellesley up into P4. So there should be 4 trophies up for grabs, I believe. 4, 8, 12, 16. Yes, 4 trophies up for grabs, so it is 1 in 4 for trophies. So Wellesley up for a trophy at the moment. But there is 12 and a bit minutes to go, so loads of time on the clock. So anything can happen here as we go on through this race. Moulton, Cox, Edgecombe, Wellesley, Burt, Crockett, Swanson, Pearson, Bear than Flam. As Burt right catching here to Wellesley. There are the gaps between each driver on the screen for you there on the left-hand side. Not sponsored, but Tesco reversing at the front gate. Sorry, mate, we don't do groceries up here. I don't need any groceries. So your top 5 real close together here as we go from the right-hander towards the top bend. And down the main straight we go. So through the S's, down the back straight. 52 leads to the 12. Cox catching quick here. As we go into the horseshoe. Round the right-hander towards the top bend. So through the S's, down the back straight, the 52 leads to 12 still. As Edgecombe fastest out there at the moment with a 33.76. Wellesley managing to stay on the back of Edgecombe. Lapping roughly the same as well, those two. Both actually share the fastest lap, but Wellesley sat it second. So through the S's, down the back straight. As we go once again, battling down into the hairpin. Cox staying behind for the moment, and I don't blame him for at this time, because there is so much time left on the clock. So down the main straight. Cox still behind Moulton, but backed off just slightly around here. As Flan's ahead of Pearson on the previous lap. So right-hander towards the top bend. So through the S's, down the back straight once again. 8 minutes 40 left on the clock. Time's ticking slowly. So lots of things can happen in this time. We are just on the waiting game here. Waiting to see what happens with that top four. So Rufus Flan managing to get ahead of Swanson, as they are behind Cameron Crockett here. A little bit of a gap between Crockett and Burt, and Wellesley and Burt. Not in that order. So all the gaps updating there, relatively close still between all four. As we go through the S's, down the back straight. So down the main straights. Still no budging from these four. Wellesley just hanging on to the back. We're all very close together, like 3/10 like in the lap times. Absolutely all of them pushing for it. Henry Swanson is in the pits here. We're down to 11 racing. And the best lap time is still stuck with Edgecombe and Wellesley. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend we'll go. Still going strong here. Cox just waiting behind. Edgecombe also waiting behind. One small mistake from one of these guys and someone's going to take the advantage of it. As they fly into the top bend and down the main straight. So Edgecombe about 4/10 behind second position here. So both Moulton and Cox are flying through. As we got Jamie Burt in the pits as well. Another driver retiring down to 10 on circuit. So still watching through with 5 minutes remaining. We are seeing nothing. These four drivers are on it each lap. Consistent times as well. All in the 33.9s. Some in the 33.8s. In the case of Billy Edgecombe. As it looks like Cox is trying to cause something in this stage of the race here. So now Moulton's going defensive. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. We have got some action. Top bend. Down the main straight as Rufus Flan gets a contact warning down in 6th position. So around we go. Looks like we've got tees really more than anything for the action. Cox just trying to see if he can do something. As we know from previous races, once Charlie Cox has been released, he is gone. So down the main straight we come. So around Billy's, through the S's, down the back straight. Blue flags are out for our back marker of Chris Jones. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. Into the hairpin. Blue flags are waved now as our front runners are flying towards it. Let's see what happens here. Back marker still in front there. So trying to stay out of the way. As Bertie Wellesley just managing to not get held up for too long there to the back marker. So around we go. A little gap formed at the front here between Moulton and Cox. As Edgecombe goes on the inside at the horseshoe. And is ahead for P2. So after overtaking the back marker there has put Cox off of his concentration. And Edgecombe jumps up into P2. Our first movement for a good while here on the circuit. 2 minutes remains. And the lead for the 52 now has increased. Which is good news for Moulton. Round the hairpin towards the horseshoe as the 12 tries to go on the move on the 22. It does not work this time round. Wellesley could be in for a chance here as he's right on the rear of Charlie Cox now. Top bend down the main straight. Just keeping an eye on those gaps. Through the S's, down the back straight. So similarly lap times at the moment as Cox tries for a little nudge from the rear to Billy Edgecombe. So go around the horseshoe towards the top bend next. No lunges being made there as we come down the main straight now. Cox trying for the inside. He does. A little bit use of the curb there, but Billy Edgecombe's got the inside. But it's the old switcheroo contact. Oh! No contact, but Cox goes on the grass. Wellesley slings into third as Cox tries to almost lunge into the hairpin there. Cox tried, but he's now down into P4 as Charlie Cox as well, given a contact warning because of it. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 22 seconds remaining. And the order's changed. So through the S's, down the back straight for those three. Will Wellesley get a podium position here? Which I know he'll be absolutely excited for. So going defensive into the horseshoe. Right-hander towards the top bend. And time to come down the main straight because we're on for the last lap of this race now. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Wellesley defensive. As we go down towards the S's. So we go into the hairpin here. Very defensive drive and careful drive here from Wellesley. Through the horseshoe. We're going to have to take our eyes off of it for a minute. So nothing happened, please. As ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight to take the checkered flag now comes the 52 of Hugh Moulton. Second, Billy Edgecombe. Third for Bertie Wellesley. Charlie Cox with a little mistake sends him down to fourth as he finishes in P4. But ladies and gentlemen, Bertie Wellesley is on the podium. Cameron Crockett 5th, Rufus Flann 6th, Daniel Tribe 7th, Harry Persson on 8th, He was also our top novice, Jason Bear 9th and Chris Jones 10th. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end, and Charlie Cox is absolutely devastated. You could just see him at the hairpin there. He's not happy with his performance. Still a trophy playing position though, top 4. He's done well all day, but that little mistake touching the grass a little bit. Oh, bless him. Oh, bless him. He's upset. Oh, I can't feel for him a little bit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of today. All we say to all drivers, if you do make a little mistake, it's not the end of the world. Okay, you've always got next time round. Especially to Charlie Cox, you did well today. Brilliant driving all round. But all good drivers make a mistake at some point. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed today's racing, especially that final. That was good. But we'll see you all next month for the final round of 2024 and the second round and final round for the 183Xperience Intermax Mini Series. But from me, we'll see you next time. Thank you very much, and goodbye.